Good evening. So, today, we're basically just kicking off from where we left off yesterday, which was being 3 and 0 with this very, very good red white sealed pool. That. Are we playing any rares? We're playing a Vindictive Flamestoker, I guess. In a Mycosynth Gardens, which has successfully turned into a single copy of Dude Mover thus far and won a game. So I guess that's like kind of a rare. But we have a billion 2-drops, and as far as I can tell, that's the only thing that matters in this format. So we're going to continue. See if we can clinch that 4-0. And then do more sealed as we continue to prep for the qualifier weekend. Two drops do seem to be the best color combination in this format. Rares? No. Bombs? No. Removal? Maybe. Cheap removal's cool. But just gots to play the color combos that gives you the 2-drops. Rattlesnake, thanks for the resub. Why does it always say subscribed in the chat and resubbed in the notification? Trips me up. Hope you're enjoying this snow day. I did not, because I went into work and made my way across some ice to do so. Luckily, I drive something that is basically a tank, so that is slightly less dangerous than back when I drove a tiny Volkswagen Rabbit. Oh. Okay. We have a 1-drop. That's kind of like having a 2-drop. No, I did not cross any bridges. But I got buffeted around by the wind driving on the highway. And so I imagine that on the bridge between Oregon and Washington across the river whose name is like escaping my brain right now. My brain wants to say Salmon River. It's absolutely not. Columbia. The Columbia River. That's... I do not know how I forgot what that was for a second. But yeah, across that river, it's gotta be just an absolute super mess, or at least probably was this morning. Is it worth playing the Veil of Assimilation? Means that on turn 4, when we play Volshock Splitter, we get to give Menace, or we get to give Vigilance and +1/+1 to the Bladecraft Aspirant. Yeah, okay. Probably not too terrible to do now. Howdy, Snithy boys. Oh no! My opponent probably has a Volt Charge. That makes me sad. Alright, tell you what. If you're holding up a Volt Charge opponent, then I'm going to play the thing that has Ward 2. Please don't have 1 mana shock. To punish me for not playing the 3-drop? Okay, it's needed. Cool. That I don't care about as much. Nothing? Okay. No Volt Charge, though. Mostly just the opponent not having anything. I can live with that. Is there any kind of flash blocker they could have here that I'd be scared of? That would make me want to pre-combat the Volshock Splitter? I don't think so. But I did completely forget how Veil of Assimilation works, and that's a reason to pre-combat Volshock Splitter, despite, like, the entire amount of thinking about it ahead of time. We're not going to use this as an opportunity to say, well, I meant to play the creature that flies instead of the Volshock Splitter the entire time. What commanders do I recommend? I don't know that you can really recommend a commander. I think a big part of the appeal of Commander as a format is getting to, like, personalize your deck and give it your own flair. So you gotta find your own kind of thing that you're passionate about building. Like, Commander is not a format where you want to go in trying to, like, figure out the right way to build something. Or trying to, like, maximize your deck's power level. You can do that, it's just, like, a very boring way to play the format in my experience. Alright, this time we're not gonna forget our stuff. Graveyard, okay. Do you have any color combinations you find yourself more drawn to? Gitrog's fun if you like putting lots of stuff in the graveyard and drawing lots of cards. Muldrotha is really interesting as far as like playing with the graveyard as a resource advantage engine goes. Although Muldrotha can be really easy to accidentally make way too strong. So that one kind of has to be done with delicate care. Carador is an Abzan graveyard commander that gets to do some interesting things. First Strike and Trample A. Alright. We shall accept this. Does Thalia and Gitrog... Oh yeah, I guess Thalia and Gitrog does actually do, like, some graveyard trigger stuff now, huh? Let's see, what are we doing here? So this costs 2 to move over. I'm assuming I'm probably supposed to leave up Volt Charge. Block Pump. If they block and use +2/+2, I don't think I do anything about it. If they block and use the +3/+1 that draws a card, I might Volt Charge to deny them drawing a card. They don't even block. Scary. Okay, they just Volt Charge. Sure. In that case, we're going to be mana efficient. We're going to get rid of that 3-power attacker and move over our Volshock. So now we are representing lethal with 6 damage plus Volt Charge if they can't block a menace creature or otherwise interact with us. I guess punished for not using Ossification first. But also I have this cool flyer and a Volshock splitter. So we're just gonna, like, do that. Wonder if it was better to play the Mere Convert. Only 1 less damage. But kept a 2/2 blocker for the... whatever. Swooping Lookout. Combat and lethal. Neat. Well, to be fair, our opponent played no bombs either and kind of flooded out while we were just sitting here on 4 lands. No changes. Ooh, Scarab God, yeah, that's a very fun graveyardy kind of commander. Howdy, Jofu. I have been having a ton of fun playing this format in Draft. And I have also been very much enjoying it in Sealed, so I am happy to be back to streaming it. So another deck that kind of does graveyard stuff in blue-black besides Scarab God. What kind of concern is budget for you? Because it sounds like Gitrog Monster might be a good idea, but that's also a deck that is not cheap to build because you are so incentivized to play fetch lands and shock lands as the mana base. I guess it's 2 colors, so you don't really need the shock lands, but fetch lands are pretty expensive. I guess you could probably play a lot of budget fetch lands if you needed to. Yeah. Gitrog's probably not the direction to go. You know, with a $75 budget, I think I actually would recommend giving Muldrotha a shot. Because I think that would be a very fun deck that is actually just more fun to build on a budget, because then you're not just using the somewhat expensive, well-known, truly busted engines. You get to do, like, fun stuff on your own instead. How was the paper draft experience last weekend? Really fun. I only got to do 1 paper draft, but it was a weird one where I was in a terrible seat and I salvaged it and felt good about that. Oh, this is like the weirdest hand, but we have infinity 2-drops, and all we gotta do is draw a 2-drop. So I'm just gonna trust in the deck that we're gonna draw a 2-drop. We drew a 2-drop. Good work, deck. I should probably kill that. Oh, this is fun. Turn 2 Mandible Justicar, turn 3 Veil of Assimilation, swing with our 4/3 Lifelinker. I dig it. One of the reasons to not use the Hexgold Slash on the Barbed Batterfist creature was because it was going to die to Hazardous Blast eventually, but we don't necessarily know if we want to cast Hazardous Blast on curve, and we would probably take a lot of damage to that 3/1 in the meantime. Oh. If we draw a 3 or 4-drop, if we draw like any creature that costs more than 2 next turn, then I'll be happy to have played out the Veil of Assimilation this turn, but I'm gonna guess that I don't want to. Have I had much luck or success drafting blue decks? No. I don't think you should do that. Alright, let's kill this before the opponent gets the option to hold up a pump spell. Yay! Alright, so I'm going to assume that the opponent winds up equipping Batterfist to Chimney Rabble at some point, which means I'll be able to Hexgold Slash it. But maybe not. Maybe I end up combining Hazardous Blast with Hexgold Slash at some point instead. Kind of falling slightly behind our opponent here, which is a bit concerning. I can turn Mycosynth Gardens into something eventually. Can you turn into a token? No. Lame. Okay. That's a land. Oh boy. Feel like this got difficult suddenly. How do we handle Shieldred? Retroactively, that means that last game using my pacifism early instead of my ossification was very, very, very correct, because pacifying Shieldred is not what I would like to do. I could have pumped the 1/1 with the Veil of Assimilation. Cool, that sucks. And hoped they blocked with Shieldred, because then I could Hazardous Blast. No, I couldn't even do that. I was 1 mana short. Never mind. Alright. Taking 8. So if I don't swing, the opponent just doesn't do anything. I have to hope they make a mistake here. Basically all there is to it. I used one Hex Gold Slash already? Yeah, alright. So, time to immediately draw an answer to Shieldred. What do we do about this? Kind of dead here if the opponent decides to attack with everything. So we're just hoping they make a mistake instead. That's probably not going to be making a mistake. Alright, this time around we hope we don't flood out. But also good to know we need to save some removal for a bomb. We have basically just ossification for it, is that right? Pretty much. That's a concern. Is there anything splashable? Not a single thing. Cool. Alright. Shieldred, there are 4 cards from outside the set that you can open in draft boosters for this set that are at basically masterpiece rarity or something pretty equivalent to it, which are each of the Praetors from the last set of sets. Jin-Gataxias, Shieldred, Vorinclex, Red one, and also there is Elesh Norn, meaning Elesh Norn technically shows up more often than any other mythic in the set. Urabrask, that's the one. The card I suggested earlier was Mulgerotha, the Gravetide, I believe is the full name. Yeah, that's the one. Well, the good news is we get to be on the play. So far, both of these games have been one player floods out and the other player wins while on 4 lands. So, hopefully we do not flood out this time. Take the play. Okay, we got our ossification. We have nothing else. But I'm sure that'll be fine. Okay, that's a 4-drop. That's something. Should I slash that? Probably. I don't think my opponent's gonna have a lot of toxic stuff, so Planar Disruption is more likely to kill something good in the future than Hex Gold Slash. Alright, let's just draw some lands. Perfect. Now, opponent, if you would like to play a Shieldred. Not yet? Okay. Alright. You want to block with the Furnace Punisher, opponent? The limitation on a single white source here, stopping us from double spelling, is a little awkward. So if they throw the Batter Fist on Hive Master, ugh, they could attack, but now Furnace Strider is a beating and a half. Get to Planar Disruption that at least. White Source to be cool? Cool. Fortunately, Ossification is an enchantment. Am I willing to let that happen if they block, or do I use Resistance Reunited? I guess as far as... oh, cool. Could move that over. Still taking 3 damage here. We could assume they don't have Shieldred, in which case we fire off the Ossification on the Furnace Punisher. I think I have to do that. I really need to spend next turn casting Basilica Shepherd. Why not? Come on, you know you want to. Up to 8. Okay. Yeah. Slightly too many turns of not finding the second white source to beat the bomb. Wear socks. After yesterday, I'm not going to be doing that until my cold clears up. Because my nose is already running, and I basically died yesterday. Alright. Let's try this again. No 4-0 to be had, unfortunately, but we can probably still squeak out the 4 wins. Swooping Lookout. How much damage can you get done? We will need to eventually find some creatures. That has been a weirdly large problem for the last 3 games. Extras? Odd, because this is not a deck that's low on creatures? Good news, we are almost out of cards that aren't creatures. Not entirely, but a lot. Real Ivor, huh? I still can't actually tell if this card is, like, decent or not. Would I rather kill this using Resistance Reunited or Volt Charge? Probably would rather use Volt Charge. So that ability gets to continue applying if I pacify it. So I'm going to choose to use the ossification. I still don't know if that ability is actually good or if it's bad, but you know. Might as well not give the opponent options. Remove the paladin or develop a birdie. I think I'm going to choose to develop the birdie this turn. 4 mana 3/4 Battle Cry isn't terrible, no. But the rest of the ability, I have often seen this be like... I mean, you can always target your opponent's creatures, so... well, unless they don't have any. So it's never, like, a detriment. But I very often found this card to just be, like, not as good as most of the other 4-drops in the format at common. Cruel Grimnark. Alright, well, that gets rid of Resistance Reunited. Pacify. Player Batterfist. Pump the Justicar. Poke for a bunch of damage. Alright, well, as long as the opponent can't deal with our stuff in the skies. And also we can answer their Mandible Justicar. Sad. When is the Pro Cat Cafe tour? Cat Cafe. Alright. I'm curious, where are we going with this Cat Cafe idea? Yuck. Alright, 4 damage it is. Am I willing to trade off this Rebel token with a Justiciar? I might be. I think I am. I don't want to trade off the Enforcer with the Paladin, but I probably have to because of how close I am to dying to Toxic. Never mind. That's horrifying. Okay, opponent, good talk. Yeah, the land ain't helpful. Alright, so currently they do need a card that does something. Should I have put it on the swooping lookout so they couldn't kill the Enforcer with a... That doesn't change where I should have put it. Alrighty, jump block time. How do we answer a paladin? Not with lands. Womp womp. We're gonna need to draw our good cards at some point. I want to see some uncommons. Or at least I would like to stop seeing my Mandible Justicars die. That would also be cool. No desire to change anything here. Mostly, I want to draw more creatures. That seems to have been our consistent flaw thus far. Spending the first couple of turns not playing creatures sucks. Take the play. That's a creature, that's a creature, that's a creature. Deal. We have some pretty good attacks on turn 3 with playing the Batterfist and holding up the Zealot's Conviction, especially on the play. Crawling Chorus. Gross. Alright, so I'm not going to attack with the Flamestoker to get the 1 point of damage in, because they've demonstrated having at least one Corrupted payoff, so holding up a block for Corrupted Chorus is meaningful to me. Whispers of the Dross on Mandibles is just a car, but I have the conviction to stop that. They have nothing to proliferate. We get to attack with the Justiciar. How do I attack with a Flamestoker at this point to get in the 1 point of damage? And just accept, yeah, because if they attack with a Crawling Chorus, they're not blocking with the Crawling Chorus, and I would actually like them to not block with the Crawling Chorus next turn, and I'm willing to take a point of poison to accomplish that. No, don't kill my Flamestoker, I need that. Sad. Yep, I am willing to take that first point of poison. Jeez. Alright, that's insanely brutal. Can you be unequipped? No, you can't, can you? Sad. So I guess we're just racing then. And trying desperately not to flood out in the meantime. Yeah, okay. I'm already corrupted, so there's not a lot of benefit in removing the 1/1. Okie dokie, you're not so bad. We equip. This turns into a 5-2, still doesn't block. So planar disruption on the glider it is. Thankfully the Lightbringer will be pretty resilient to the 5-drop. I do not like the flooding out. Well, I do like the opponent hopefully having a bunch of expensive cards stuck in hand, and Lightbringer is sort of hard to kill when your opponent is light on lands. Okay, so that we have to kill with Resistance Reunited. Humana. Is that even right? Should I even kill that with Resistance Reunited? I don't think so. Currently, I don't actually care about this thing except as a blocker. Yeah, I get to pick up the glider. They don't really have good attacks, though. Howdy, nerd girl. How goes it? Was not looking for more lands. So we move this over here, it's 3 power, play this, it's 5 power. Not enough to kill anything meaningfully. Cool. This is a concern. Please attack. Please attack. Please attack. Please attack. Please don't not attack. Yeah. Why just that? Why just that? Why only the one, opponent? Do I have Blast? Yeah, I do. Games are going well. Our last couple of games since we started have been rough. Had a weird streak of not being able to find creatures, but... yeah, I think we're not supposed to block here. Come on, top deck. Nope, not helpful. Okay, so... well, we're not dead. Yet. Probably. Okay. Six, 8. I think my out is still trying to top deck Blast for lethal. Which means not using the Resistance Reunited here. I guess there's no sense... well, they have 1 mana. What could they do? Whispers of the Drossme? They've already used 1. Is there any way that blocking here makes me not dead next turn? This effect already happened, so no, I'm just dead next turn. So there's no sense in blocking and exposing myself to a Whispers of the Dross. try it, deck. One time. Probably ain't gonna do it, huh? Okay. Wow. 16 lands, too many lands. I'm deeply surprised this deck did not go 4-0. Worse yet, to go 3-2. Goodness gracious. Huh. 3, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. We certainly had a lot of 2-drops. The main problem was not finding them, which feels like it continues to lean pretty hard on the idea that just having the largest number of 2-drops you can is the important thing. Alright, well, let's try the next one then. We have 2 playable rares. Alright. Although Ovika is very powerful in draft when you build around it. I don't know how powerful Ovika is in limited, where you're probably not going to be able to play around it. As blue is a very hard color combination to actually support. You just have a hard time getting playable creatures. So white, we have Sinew Dancer with synergy. 2 Mandible Justicars, as is tradition. 2 Charge of Mites is fine. A Flensing Raptors is fine. Lightbringer's not particularly fine. Tendon and Bardiche. Not a very strong amount of depth for white. Blue has Aspirant's Ascent, Glistener Seer, 2 Skull Bombs is okay. Watcher and Experiment are pretty bad, but they're cold bodies. Gitaxian Raptor is actively good. Mesmerizing Dose is fine. Transplant Theorist is decent. Meldweb Strider is actively pretty solid. Vivisurgeon's Insight's fine. Quicksilver Fisher is fine. So the blue isn't miserable. Black has Annihilating Glare, Skull Dweller, Whispers, 2 Anoint with Afflictions, and a Drown of Vicar. A Vran, 2 Ambulatory Edifices, Infectious Inquiry, Head Cleaver, Testament Bearer, Nimrazer Paladin. Alright. Red has Free from Flesh, Hexgold Slash, 2 Barbed Batterfists. Juicy. 2 Shrapnel Slingers. It's fine. Bladegraft is fine. Cackler is fine. Rebel Salvo is fine. Chimney Rebel's good. Hazardous Blast is fine. Molten Rebuke is fine. Green has Branch Blightstalker. 2 Predation Stewards. Titanic Growth. Basilisk. Not a lot. 2 War Whips. Why did I pass the Edict? This card's pretty bad in my opinion. I do not actually want to play it unless I have to. So what I'm doing is pulling down the cards that I think, like, I would happily play as the first 20 cards in a 2-color deck that was playing one of these colors. And Shoulder's Edict does not meet that threshold to me personally. Alright, so basically just not enough green to be worth playing in all likelihood. Yeah, so we can cut the green. 2 War Whips is really interesting. The black is good, but that alone makes it kind of likely that we end up going red-white. Works really well with the Justiciars, too. As far as ramp goes, we have a Phyrexian Atlas. Which does not make me want to try to do the ramp and removal into Ovika thing. The black is really tempting for power level on curve, but I think what I want to look at first is red-white. Because this has a lot of really powerful cards. With 2 War Whips against all odds is probably pretty playable. Would never mind getting back a Justiciar and flickering an equipment. Nahiri's Sacrifice is like the hardest spell to figure out if it's actually playable. I could hypothetically sacrifice Bardiche, I guess, or a Chimney Rabble or something. Oh, I have a Skitterfang too. Zenith Chronicler is a card that I don't actually loathe playing. It's pretty reasonable to just be another 2-drop with a stat line that's fine and has artifact synergies for Mandible Justiciar. A little awkward that we do have 2 gold cards in this deck, though. So I could play the Lightbringer instead of the Kadotha Cackler, given that I have 0 oil. But it is worth noting that Kadotha Cackler having Trample is kind of good with equipment. Yeah, I think this is probably the way red-white looks, which I definitely don't hate. If we were going to play red-black, we would probably still splash the War Whips. We would probably play Prophetic Prism to do so. We would get Black Cleave Cliffs to make the splash a little less painful. We get Skull Dweller, Whisper, 2 Anoint, a Drown, Ran, 2 Edifice, and a Testament Bearer. And an Annihilating Glare, which is pretty decent with the Batter Fists. How are we not tuning the PT Brew in Explorer? So the deck I played at the PT can't be played in Explorer, unfortunately, because it has Delve cards, which they decided don't belong in Explorer yet. But also there's a qualifier this weekend that I'm prepping for. So we need to cut 2 cards from this. And the color fixing for War Whip is kind of medium. Also has not quite as many 2-drops as I'd really like. Our removal is pretty good, so we can cut the Molten Rebuke here. And we're more aggro than we are mid-range, so we can probably cut the Testament Bearer too. So the deck, I think, ends up looking like this. I guess we have like 6 2-drops, if you count Bilious Skull Dweller as sort of a 2-drop. This is close. If this didn't need to splash for War Whip, I would feel this was just better. But we do have to splash the War Whip. Thusly... I think I'm a simple man. I think I like the looks of slightly more creatures and slightly better mana. What am I missing? Oh, the Molten Rebuke. Should it really be Molten Rebuke? Should it be Nahiri's Sacrifice? Maybe. I could play Nahiri's Sacrifice and try to fit in Awaken the Sleeper to really get the combo going. What could we cut here if we decided to cut something? Dancer is not good without poison, but it's also not actually terrible. But we also have Charge of Mites and Flensing Raptors, so we're not completely without poison. But that said, we could cut the Dancer to play the Awaken and the Sacrifice. It's a 6-mana combo. Ain't my favorite. I think we're just going to run the Zenith Chronicler. I want one more 2-drop. Yeah, it doesn't combo with Curving into Blade Old War Whip, but I will accept that. There will be times where this might draw me a card, hypothetically, and that will make me happy. Oh, you want me to put in the lands on my own deck? Really? Zenith Chronicler is basically just a colorless 3-1 for 2. Artifact. Artifact matters. That's good for our little Justiciars. So we did ultimately end up with more 2-drop creatures than the previous deck. A lot less removal and a lot less efficient removal. So it'll be interesting to see how that differs in performance. That's a 2-drop. Keeping that. Oh, cool. That's incredibly busted, opponent. I could just play Shrapnel Slinger and blow it up, I guess. And if I play any other 2-drop, I would have to trade to stop them from putting a poison counter on me anyway. Could charge the Mites it. Don't really want to. Alright, tell you what, opponent. You can put a poison counter on me. I'd rather start doing damage to you. We're playing 16 lands in this deck, which is pretty typical of this format, I think. I think I've played almost no decks with 17 lands in this format. Ooh! Opponent. Curious. Was not willing to trade off their Skrelv. I mean, I guess I get it. If they block, I can charge the Mites to make 2 tokens here. I guess I gotta do nothing, which mostly means taking 2 toxic. Don't love that. Also don't love Seed Core with Jawbone Duelist. At some point, that's gonna be a nightmare. Cool, so do they just have a removal spell for my Justicar? Basically lose if they do. Have to accept that. They don't. Cool. So at some point, Shrapnel Slinger is still gonna kill the Skrelv. Oh wow, that's busted. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, 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 cool. Cool. Oh boy. Three toxic if they swung with the Skrelv. I was assuming they wouldn't swing with the Skrelv because it exposed them to removal. But they did choose to swing with the Skrelv, and so they thusly did get exposed to removal. Well, that's an interesting way to kill Skrelv, I guess. Do I want to do that now? Or would I rather wait to see if we can get more value? Means not blowing things up with the Slinger. If I play the Slinger and don't blow up the Skrelv, it's going to be a pretty big tell, though. Is that fine? That's probably fine, because I want all my creatures here. I could blow up the Ambulatory Edifice, I guess, by sacking something. Do I want to? I don't really want to. They did not just play Might, but because it says another, it can't protect itself from targeted abilities. Gross. I don't want them to pump Caramonics and swing for 5. Okay. Alright, it's race o'clock then. Don't like flooding out. Not a good sign. So we've successfully killed other 1/1s. The seed core doesn't come online. They have a very large number of cards in hand. We can move the War Whip over to Zenith Chronicler. Attacking with the Zealot? Really? Okay, I was gonna say. That doesn't seem great for them. Alright, up to the 3rd poison. Skull Bomb. Well... only mostly lethal on the backswing if they have any piece of removal whatsoever. I guess the answer to that is I just don't swing with the Shrapnel Slinger. And then I have 1 chump blocker to stay alive. Okay. That seems like a recipe. They have priority, but that could very well just be the Skull Bomb. That's a good sign. Okay, cool. I'll take it. Changes, changes, changes. Stuff that kills Skrelv at a priority. And Jawbone Duelist? That does make me value Nihiri's Sacrifice a little more highly, I think. I think I'm willing to get rid of a Sinew Dancer to play a Nihiri's Sacrifice in this position. Luckily, Shrapnel Slinger actually blows up the Skrelvs, which means I've got a lot more main deck answers than I really have a right to. I'm going to assume Awaken the Sleepers just doesn't look good against red-black, or white-black. Deal. Yeah, hypothetically the value from Chronicler is infinite. Ugh. Well, this hand is awful. But it's limited, so why would we ever mulligan? Because your opponent could immediately play a turn 1 Crawling Chorus? Could be a reason. We do have a lot of 2-drops in the deck. All we gotta do is draw them. All we gots to do is draws them. Dear me. Charge of the Mites would be a better card if you could block with the Mites. We should have a rule against being allowed to jinx me in chat. That doesn't seem fair, does it? So Indoctrination Attendant, at the very least, is pretty good at stonewalling opponent. Or at least that's what I'm going to pretend up until they just immediately play a removal spell using it. Shrapnel Slinger, you're just in time! Good job. I think... Would I rather have this to block the Crawling Chorus, or sack it to just blow up Dune Mover? I'm already corrupted, so I guess the objective is just to reduce the amount of damage coming through. I guess I could have also made a block trading, which if it denies Crawling Chorus attack, prevents more damage. But yeah, Porcelain Zealot would have completely blown that out of the water, so I'm glad we did not go for that route. Oh, Indoctrination Attendant, I cannot afford to go down on lands right now, so congratulations. You are a 3-4 for 4. Gross. But a 3-4 for 4? Currently? It's holding on? Really? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I kind of get it, the Executioner thing, so that's something. That's gross. It's extremely gross. Barb Batterfist, Rebel Salvo sounds like a good time. Alright, opponent, cometh at me. Icky. Okay. So presumably I'm taking 5 damage. Other creatures. Oh, cool. When I kill the Varan, they don't get to drain me. That's extremely good. Okay. So what's your swing, opponent? Blow up the Varan. Do I just take the 1? Kind of feel like I'm probably just taking the 1. Do not hate Hexgold Slash. But I believe it is time to develop the Bardiche. Love me a Vigilance. Alright. How many games of Magic does Mirren Bardiche win? It is weirdly amazing how good Indoctrination Attendant has been this game for a card that is literally nothing but a 3-4. Vanilla 4-drop. But sort of single-handedly pivoted this board state around. Okay, hate Skrelv. Skrelv will be getting killed. This Porcelain Zealot's doing like a weirdly large amount of absolutely nothing. War Whip is cool. Is it worth playing, though? I mean, First Strike's pretty neat. I'm okay trading that off. And presumably it's better to play the War Whip than the Charge of the Mites. Equipping the Batter Fist and making this into a 3-power First Striker is relevant because they can attack with a 3/3. The other Batter Fist I don't really want equipped at the moment. Alright, are we doing it? Are we gonna get there off of the almighty power of Mirin Bargish? I do not think I actually want to turn this into a 6/1 because I want to play around Whispers of the Dross. Plus, this is 2-turn clock either way. Ten power vigilance, pretty decent. Alright, don't hate the white source. So 6 is 12 is 15 is not lethal. Also, I can't kill Porcelain Zealot because that's not how Charge of the Mites works. Well, I guess I could use the first charge to make 1/1s and the second to kill the Zealot, but that just doesn't sound like a great idea. I'll take it! Mirin Bargish continuing its trend of being weirdly good a lot. I don't entirely get it, but I do accept it. Alrighty, take out the play, keep out the 2-drops. I even get to bounce Barbed Batterfist with Indoctrination Attendant. What a combo. The qualifier is sealed again, yes. In fact, I believe that there's not even any draft, which kind of surprised me. But I guess it probably makes sense, because day 2 would be very hard to set up drafts for, and probably slightly exploitable. Alrighty, our friend the 3/1, looking to get in. Blue-red. That's a good sign. Malkador's Watcher. That's a little annoying. Alright. But we got a strategy. Play the Shrapnel Slinger. Sacrifice nothing. Move the Batter Fist over to Slinger. And we can attack with a 2-2. Ooh. The tech. I'm really hoping that like they just play another Malkador's Watcher or something, and we draw like a land or a 4-drop or a 5-drop or something. So like I won't be able to play a creature, and then also equip the Batter Fist to that creature. Oh, dang it. And then I would like get to do this cool thing where I play Indoctrination Attendant and pick up the Batter Fist. Get my 2-2 attackable again. Yeah, Malkador's Watcher continues to unimpress me. A 1-1 just doesn't really block a high enough percentage of creatures in this format. I say while going out of my way to desperately try to maneuver my creatures into not having 1 toughness. But, you know, still. The fact that it's possible at all. Watcher into Retrofitter is pretty good, but that's not really Watcher being a good card, that's just Retrofitter being busted. And Retrofitter is very, very busted. I'm willing to trade my opponent's Watcher for my 1-1. Okay, opponent's at 3. That seems good for me. How many board wipes are there in the format? In blue-red? For 5 or less mana? Opponent says not enough. We'll take it. Nope. No changes. None. None sounds like a realistic number. So did we ever figure out what Urabrask was doing on Capenna? If the plot line of this set involved Urabrask apparently getting into a civil war with Eleshnorn? Because unlike all the other Praetors, that kind of implies that they were not on that plane for the greater plan. Something to do with Halo, going around clubs. Those are oddly not exclusive. Went to Capenna to help the Gatewatch. The Gatewatch? Huh. Okay. Urabrask, it's a little... I don't recall whether Urabrask let the Mirrodins live in the furnace, or if the story was that Urabrask let them pass through the furnace without accosting them, without necessarily implying that they were living in the furnace. Urabrask being on our side, I'm not entirely sure if we know that for sure. Like, we know for sure that Urabrask does not get along with the other Phyrexians very much, because Red is not really all about hierarchical mind control. It's implied that, like, red as a concept in Magic is ideologically at odds with the whole concept of most of what Phyrexia does, and that Urabrask is supposed to represent that internal discord. We will keep a 2-drop. Oh, we drew the best 2-drop! Alright. We have a Justiciar. Can't lose unless the opponent decides to kill the Justiciar, which would be sad. Do I want to slash a Watcher? Really? Kinda not. Drawing a land. Never didn't have it. No! Alright, now the game actually is kind of difficult. Presumably the opponent should sack the Watcher and kill the Justiciar. Or we could just draw more Justiciars. I like this plan too. Back in it! One of these days we're going to get a draft deck that doesn't have 2 Justiciars, and then things are actually going to be kind of difficult. And by draft I mean sealed. Oh, opponent's not just playing blue-red. Okay, this might actually be kind of hard. Rib Skiff. Okay. I could save the Hexgold Slash to kill the Rib Skiff. But it's probably better to just push damage through now. Alright. Play our 3/1s, pump a Justiciar, get in, swings. Not necessarily where we wanted to miss land drops, but could be worse. Guess maybe there's an argument that I should have killed the Shrapnel Slinger with the Free from Flesh, and that way had the slash for the Skiff, perhaps. Okay, Axiom Engraver doesn't do anything. And by do anything, I mean crew Skiff. Oh, that's true. Slinger does kill Ribskiff, huh? But doesn't kill Ribskiff after they tap something to crew. Gross. Deeply rude, opponent. Deeply, deeply rude. Wow. That's horrifying that they want to land. That kind of implies they have like a 7-drop in hand. Against all odds. Alright. We might be able to do something with that. I could blow up the Dune Mover. They crew the Rib Skiff. And then I trade with the Rib Skiff using Free from Flesh. Probably like that less than clearing most of their board. Okay. Deal. No filtration for opponent, and now we just mostly really don't want them to have an Ovika. That's 2-5. That's awfully inconvenient. Alright, well... we only have a single uncastable card remaining in the deck, so that's pretty decent odds. Why did it... they must have not realized Dune Mover was optional then, if they chose to put a land on top of the deck earlier and now are choosing to cycle away a land. Black Sun Zenith is possible. Nope, it's just an Ovika and they threw away a land instead of playing the Ovika for some reason. Well, that's horrible. Very, 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 very horrible. Cool. Gross. The good news is that 10 damage in the air twice does not actually kill us, thanks to the magic of Mandible Justiciar. Any EU artifacts by any chance? No? Bummer. Do I get Zenith Chronicler because it's 1 more damage next turn? I'm going to be able to attack with a Justiciar as a 4/3, which only ends up trading with a 1/1, which isn't good. So then I think I want the Justiciar because on the off chance they play a bunch of spells and I need to do some blocking, I'd rather have the Lifelinker. So this is 4, 8, 12. Oh, on the other hand, maybe I actually need to attack with everybody now. I think I might need to get the 4 damage through. No, you don't have spells in hand, opponent. Having actual cards would make this too hard. Okay. So not winnable is what you're saying. Would need to gain 8 life. Is that doable? If this Barbed Batterfist cost 0, it'd almost be doable. If they didn't have the Serum Snare, this actually was, like, close to a game I could have won. But, unfortunately, not able to play my spells. Nothing particularly playable out of the board, so the goal will be to kill the opponent better. It's usually the goal, but this time it is especially the goal. Oftentimes, the most successful answer to a 7-drop is to remove the opposing player. I gotta say, all of the oil coming out of the eye imagery in the last couple of sets was still off-put by the fact that you never have oil coming out of the nose or the mouth or the ears. It just feels kind of weird. Oh, I forgot Atraxa Skitterfang was in our deck. That card's good. Alright. We can, like, give stuff flying. Radical. Can you get first strike? No. Which does mean if I go Zenith Chronicler into Skitterfang, there is a tiny bit of risk of my opponent just going Malcator's Watcher. The upside of 1 more damage is a pretty big deal, though. I think I want to play around Watcher. I am glad that I made the decision that I made. So if our objective is to be very, very, very good at aggroing out the opponent, We're gonna need to not draw more lands. Cool. That's a problem. Oh boy. Brakes have been pumped. 3/3 Death Touch. Swinging in. Opponent takes it. Not surprising. Would like to find a removal spell for a retrofitter, please. Forget racing the 7-drop. Retrovitter's busted enough that we're going to have a hard time racing the on-board creatures. By hard time, I mean, we can't. Currently, we just cannot. Cool. Unctus. Yeah, that's exciting. Alright. Yeah, that's lands. Alright. Okay. Well, I guess I get 1 turn to draw a removal spell? Very lucky that Anointer can't go face. Well, that's not a land. So that's cool. Alright, we could also draw the ability to make the opponent unable to block. Although they'll probably attack in a way that makes that not so effective. No? Okay, we got a 1. Okay. I mean, that's a removal spell. Do I have the capacity to do any tricks here? Not really. Because a 2/4 is sort of invincible. Okay. Yeah, I agree. These alt arts are kind of awful. Like, not a single one of them is intelligible. Alright. Oh, we have another redraw at... Stop. That's not what I want to click. Please. There we go. Hazardous Blast. It's just Hazardous Blast at this point. Cool. No? Land number 9? Neat. Well, I won't do it. Probably not. That was disgusting, opponent. Did I have fun? Sure. So did we feel favored there? That was opponent curving out with, like, just the absolute best blue-red cards. And it still felt like we had outs. So, I don't know. Doesn't make me feel bad about the concept of just playing 2 drops in this format, where you just constantly have outs anyway. So the Innistrad cards in the original release that were designed to be black and white looked really cool. But then the ones that came out in double feature that were just grayscaled versions of the original cards that were not actually designed to be black and white, those ones looked really bad. But although the original black and white cards from the original sets looked cool, they were also all miserable to play with, especially if there were multiple different ones in the same deck, especially the black and white basic lands. Those are, like, actually heinous for gameplay purposes. To the extent that, like, if people actually played them regularly, I would kind of see them getting banned in competitive play, for the same reason as specific versions of Dryad Arbor are, well, restricted from being put in specific zones. They are extremely misleading. Alright, opponent, I'm going to need you to not Whispers of the Dross me. I could play Mandible Justiciar, but I'd really rather just play the Zenith Chronicler, so that if they do have Whispers of the Dross, I'm not losing my good card, I'm just losing my bad rare instead. I like my opponent doing nothing. Okay, I got it. I don't like me drawing more lands. Okay, that's horrible. Oh boy. Oh, today is not a good day for drawing reasonable numbers of lands, is it? Oh, I forgot this has oil counters. I missed a point of damage. That was awful. I kind of just assumed Koldotha Cackler would never get oil counters in a white-red deck, but there are colorless oil counter shenanigans afoot. Lesson learned. Hey, Mr. Metronome. Thanks for the raid. You join us playing Sealed. How did your stream go? What am I picking up here? Probably just a land, right? Probably just a land. Pretty sure we're just giving you flying. Not letting the Dune Mover block anything. Also playing Seal. Nice. How's the format been treating you? And what have your thoughts on it been? Okay, opponent. I'm going to assume you have some sort of trick? Oh, I'm going to assume you have some sort of blow up the board and make 5 mites, but concede works fine too. I'll take it. Only done a couple and had some busted pools, so no big takeaways yet. Seems similar to draft, except as far as needing to get on the board early, but you really want all the cards to stand on their own quality. Yeah. I felt a pretty strong bias towards just playing color combinations that give you the most 2-drops. But I have noticed that while having a lot of 2-drops is good, it does leave you somewhat vulnerable to flooding. Trying to figure out what the best ways to counteract that are. I mean, equipment, definitely a powerful way to sort of counteract that. But not every deck gets to do that. Well, we get to do War Whip things, and we get to do Indoctrination Attendant things. That all seems good. I love this whole my opponent not doing anything thing. It's just delightful. So presumably they remove my 3-1, then I get to play the War Whip and make a 3-1 double striker. No second color for opponent. Good stuff. You want to trade opponent? No. Okay, cool. Deal. Pick up the Batter Fist. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Waiting on equipping the Batter Fist since it was a 0-cost equip was better to play around Edifice. Absolutely correct. Alright, let's see here. 6, 9, 10 damage. Feels like we should probably kill this head cleaver. Hop you on over. Do the smart thing and move this over now that I'm remembering that Edifice exists. Keeping track of, like, the ability to move this Batter Fist around to manipulate creatures' toughness is probably also incredibly important against red decks and red-green decks that have access to dealing 1 damage to everything. Oh, let's see. I'm going to assume I should just put lethal damage in the air and see what comes of that. And I guess also we'll trade this 2/2 with either of those creatures on the off chance they have some kind of removal spell that can stop Indoctrination Attendant, which for 2 mana I do not believe exists. I guess they could double Whispers of the Drosme. Drown in Ichor is sorcery, unfortunately for them. They neglected to make that card good, much to my sadness. One of these days they'll start printing like super pushed removal again, and I will be a happy camper. We await those days. This is an interesting little blurb. Is delegation, like, a green trait? Monkey's Paw curls. Every creature ETBs with draw a card now. Well, I mean, pushed is a relative term, right? Basically, I'm saying I want removal to be better and creatures to not be better. Or maybe just give me more stuff like Aether Gust that hits creatures on the stack and denies ETBs. I guess what I'm saying is give me Memory Lapse. That's what I want. That's all I want. Everything I say is just a roundabout way to beg for Memory Lapse back. Memory Lapse is a bit much? No. No, it's not. Memory Lapse is exactly enough. I don't want to settle for Counterspell. Counterspell's so much worse than Memory Lapse. Come on, don't be mean. Give me the good one. I would probably settle for just, like, more color-shifted versions of Aether Gust. That's fair. Aether Gust is like the most entertaining card they've ever printed. So more of them would be cool. It is still crazy they pre-banned Counterspell and not Memory Lapse. I ran so many Twitter polls of like, hey, which of these cards do you think is better, Memory Lapse or Counterspell? And initially, Counterspell was so much... we're on the draw. We'll draw lands. Counterspell was so much more highly rated than Memory Lapse, and I kept doing those polls like every 3 months that Memory Lapse was legal. And every single time I ran that poll, it got closer and closer and closer until they finally banned Memory Lapse, and I think that was the point where it was like 50-50. I still stand by the idea that it is not even close. Memory Lapse is... Even if Memory Lapse was double blue, it's actually just a stronger effect than counter a spell, put it in the graveyard. So the idea that Counterspell could ever be better than Memory Lapse is just, like, so laughable. Not even close. Not a fun card? Well, removal isn't supposed to be fun for both players. It's just supposed to be fun for me. Yeah, the mana cost is a huge difference on top of an already better card. I would say Memory Lapse is better than Counterspell by approximately the same amount that Memory Lapse is better than Mana Leak. Well, that was a grueling one, but thankfully we had a lot of 2-drops in our opening hands, and managed to get there. Never found out if we were going to find that second land, but who needs the second land when you can just play 2-drops instead? Or, well, I guess more accurately, when you can just have 2-drops instead. Does that mean, in your opinion, Mana Leak and Counterspell are effectively equal in power? I guess that kind of would be the implication there. And I don't know that I would call them necessarily equivalent in power overall. But I would say that there are probably formats where Mana Leak would be a card that was more played than Counterspell. Which, you know what? I think that would be the case in Standard right now. If you put both of those cards into Standard, Mana Leak would probably see a lot more play than Counterspell. Well, that's a 2-drop, and that's 2 lands, so we hit the keep button. We will not be going turn 2 Zenith Chronicler into turn 3 Behold the War Whip. Behold the War Whip. Bladehold War Whip, if I can help it. I might not be able to help it, but we're going to try. We succeeded. Make Disappear is better than Mana Leak in Standard right now? I don't think I agree with that. I mean, I think Make Disappear certainly has benefits at times, but I do not think that the advantages of Make Disappear are enough that you would be willing to play it over Mana Leak. And just, like, think of it this way. One of those two things counters a Fable of the Mirror Breaker on 5, and the other does not. Oh, Hexgold Slash, you are busted. So that's cool. I like that a lot. However, we probably don't have time to do Hexgold Slash this turn when we could just War Whip instead. Now, my opponent's in blue-white, so we're not expecting a lot of 1 damage effects. And also, I would like to block the Retrofitter, so I believe it is correct to move the Batterfist over at this point in time. Currently an abundance of expendable creatures. Yeah, but, I mean, expendable creatures are still creatures you have to sacrifice. But instead, you could just choose not to sacrifice. It's really rude, opponent. Wicked rude. I'm gonna just do this before the opponent can do anything about it. Alright, so this is free. Basically, do we play Zenith Chronicler and hold up Rebel Salvo, or do we play the Cackler? Probably better to play the Chronicler, I'm guessing. Then again, setting up the Cackler with Reef and Flesh is kind of amazing. Alright, Cackler it is. Would like to be able to block the Escaped Experiment, so no moving the Batterfist over. Alright. I like where this is at. Let's move you over. Oh, maybe not, actually. Because now they can block the Rebel with the Glistener Seer, and I don't love that. Alright, new plan. Move it back over. Swings. Should I rebel salvo the Basilica Shepherd now? No, I'd rather free from flesh to kill it. Oh, okay. I mean, that's fine too. Decline. Alrighty, opponent. That is a slightly low number of life total you got there. Escaped Experiment shrinks something by 3. Probably the Zenith Chronicler if I had to guess. Which leaves us taking 6 damage. Down to 4. Oh. Okay. Fine by me. 4 damage. One blocker for the opponent. 2 blockers for the opponent. 5, 7... Plus 3 is 10, minus 3. So I can force the chump block here. Life total's kind of iffy. Really would like them to block with Orthodoxy Enforcer, but they're probably not gonna. I really don't want them to block with Glistener Seer, but they probably will. Oh, hey, cool. Block with nothing. Alright, I can live with that. I think I would rather have 2 2/2s here. Based on that attack and moving it post-combat, they should be able to put me on Free from Flesh. My hope is if they have a plan to play around Free from Flesh, it will not successfully play around Rebel Salvo, but we'll see what happens. Convert, sure. It's a lot of creatures on the ground, but also not a lot of toughness on the ground. Start off by finding out what happens if we load the Orthodoxy Enforcer. No shenanigans afoot. Five toughness, says the opponent. Costs me 5 mana to equip the Bladehold War Whip to the Kuldotha Cackler, which attacks for 6. They could put 3 toughness in front of it, making it do 3. Then the Convert in front of the 2/2, and the Escaped Experiment in front of the 2/2. If I free from flesh now, Kuldotha Cackler attacks as a 4-power creature with double strike and trample, but still not good enough. So mostly I just have to hit a land. And not free from flesh now. Good job, deck. Bonk. 12 power of trample. Good stuff. Bonk, bonk. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Probably should have done the math. I thought that that was actually way closer to just straight up lethal without playing the extra land. Because it wasn't, I probably was actually supposed to use the removal spell on the flyer and then double block the Orthodoxy Enforcer and use a pump spell to only lose one creature. Or, well, single block the Orthodoxy Enforcer, trade with the pump spell, and then block one of the two tokens with a 2/2. Was probably much, much better than the line I took. But why make correct decisions when you can get lucky instead? Ship it! No 2-drop on the draw, but we'll just draw a 2-drop. Perfect. No! We've gotten so far without going Zenith Chronicler into War Whip. I believe in you, deck. We can draw something else to not go Zenith Chronicler into War Whip. I believe we can do it. Opponent's going to attack with the Escaped Experiment, and I can trade off this Zenith Chronicler before I have to play a 3-drop that gives my opponent a card. Right? No, 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 no. That's not fair, opponent. Different 3-drop, different 3-drop. I would have preferred a good 3-drop, though. Alright. I'm not excited, but I will do what is necessary. I guess I just can't attack here because of that Escaped Experiment shrinking one of my 3/3s. If I do. Also, I really want to trade off the Zenith Chronicler so that I have an against all odds that can get something back while also flickering. Ideally flickering the War Whip. Doom Mover. Okay, okay. Well, now Charge the Mites can hit a Retrofitter. That's a good deal. Yuck. Doesn't really matter what they shrink here. I can trade off with the Escaped Experiment with 2 other creatures. But if I do that, I can't charge the Mites the Retrofitter. I guess I don't care about killing the Retrofitter if we've already killed the 4/4, though. So if I play Bardiche, they bounce it with the Skull Bomb. But it only costs 3 to re-equip at the moment, I guess. So that's something. I don't really have any other plays that are decent, though, so that's the plan. SPMTG Dev! Thanks for the raid! How did your stream go? And to all of you folks joining us, we are practicing some sealed for the qualifier this weekend. Played mono colorless and actually won some games. Interesting. What format was that in? Sealed's been working out well. I'm enjoying this format. It seems like a format that really heavily supports playing decks with, like, no rares or mythics, only good curves and aggro. Oh, cool! A second retrofitter! That's busted. Cool. But, yeah. Very much my style of format, and how I like to play. Alright, well, Shrapnel Slinger's something at least. Do I have the time to do that? Oh yeah, because I can sacrifice this thing. I don't even need to sacrifice the... Oh wow, that's actually just, like, legitimately very good. Could equip Bardiche onto Slinger and then I just die to a removal spell. Would probably rather keep Charge of the Mites up to use in response to a removal spell. That's gonna pick up the Retrofitter, which I hate, but okay. Oh no, don't target the Dune Mover and turn it into a 4/4. Okay. So that's something. I'm assuming I am probably supposed to against all odds at this point. I would like to bounce the... War Whip is more expensive to equip than the Mirren Bardiche. They both trade with functionally the same things, although the Bardiche actually trades with the Unctus's Retrofitter creature. So probably better bounce the Bardiche. Alright. We're hanging in there. I did have against all odds last turn, yes. But it would have tapped me out. That's a 4/4 while I'm at 4. So that's kind of not great. Well, guess I die then. You're a crossbow, why don't you have reach? I don't think there's a very high likelihood the opponent makes a horrific block in this situation. Yeah. Okay. I think that's the first time I've ever lost to a Blister Zoa. That doesn't feel good. Look, I'm going to be honest, it's really tempting to play Awaken the Sleeper Nahiri Sacrifice so that I could steal the Blister Zoa and then sacrifice it as a one-sided Edict that also draws a card. Or one-sided Wrath, rather. I don't think that's the correct move, but it's so tempting. Two Retrofitters, huh? Alright. I'll play a Molten Rebuke instead of a 1-drop. I think I'd be down to play actual Threaten, but 4-mana Threaten is just so hard to combo with anything. Okay. We got a 2-drop. That's the plan. Nobody let the opponent know that you're not supposed to mulligan in limited, so I guess we probably win. But maybe that's just what happens when you play blue. You have an annoying habit of drawing hands that don't have playable cards, because too much of your deck is blue cards. Would you have time to give some commentary on a sealed deck list? Yeah! I would certainly be happy to do that. Alright, Listener Seer is annoyingly good at stopping Mandible Disseer, so now would be a good time to draw some equipment to make that not happen. Rude. Well, I mean, Chimney Rebel's still a good card, so won't complain too much. Oh, good old Windrake. Nothing beats Windrake. I don't know if my opponent should be happy to have Glistener Seer on 4 because 3 Scries are desperately needed, or if having to spend an entire one of their 4 precious opening cards on a Glistener Seer was like an infinitely larger amount of resources. Alright. Unfortunately, removal kind of beats Windrake. Rib Skiff that can't be crewed. I can live with that. I mean, it could play Indoctrination Attendant, I guess. Triggers Mandible Justiciar just as well as War Whip does. Technically both have 4 power. Sort of. Technically it's easier to double spell with War Whip next turn, I guess. Alright. We'll go ahead and play the more expensive spell. This is not the part where I learned this card is Crew 2, right? Correct. Card on top? Uh-oh. Scary. Alright. It's like moderately cute. Molten Rebuke being sorcery speed removal is kind of annoying. So now they just get to crew the skiff. Should I sack a 3/4 to deal, what, 4 damage? Probably not. I really hate that this Phyrexian Might is able to create the Rib Skiff here. Really love the Rebel Salvo as a busted magic card. Good work, team, good work. Guess I didn't actually need to play that out to get the discount on Rebel Salvo. Honk. Alright, Surgical Bay gets sacrificed, opponent's back to 4 lands, 2 cards in hand, taking 5, scrying 1, down to 7. Oh no, taking 7 down to 5. Alright. More power to you, opponent. I wonder if it's better to scry then draw 2, or draw 1 then scry then draw 1. I usually would assume in this kind of position it's better to draw 1 then scry then draw 1. Feels like you get to make your decisions with the largest amount of relevant information. Two blockers get to block a 4-power creature and a 3-power creature, leaving them taking 5. So they need a creature to block. As a creature that blocks. No, it's not. Good work, Shrappy. Pop. Pop. Alright. I barely did the math. Let's find out what happens. I mean, I did the math, but maybe I did the math wrong. You never know. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Well, thank you, G, for redeeming that. Oh, double redeem for the same deck? Now I'm gonna feel like I'm overcharging for things. Alright, 4 in 1. Which is weird, because I don't think this was actually as good as the previous deck we just had, but... sometimes you flood, and you can't stop yourself from flooding. Alright. Export for Arena. Copy. Text. Import. No. Delete whatever this is. Import. This one? Alright. Oh, this is a miserable way to do this, huh? Because it doesn't put the pool up here. Can I change this view in a way that's meaningful? No. No, I can't. Gross. Alright. So we have an Abzan deck. Splash for Necrogen Rot Priest. We have Toxic, 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 very good Toxic, Toxic. Was it a sealed pool with this many Toxic 2-drops? Well, that's very nice. 2-drop, pseudo 2-drop, some stuff. Toxic, Toxic, pseudo-toxic, toxic, toxic, Pseudo-toxic. Toxic. Alright, so we do have the enablers. In the meantime, we have... Miran Bardiche is an interesting card. We have nothing with Menace, but Offer Immortality is generally an interesting combat trick. Scheming Aspirant, but not a lot of proliferate in these colors. Ooh, an Evolving Adaptive. And a Branch Blade Stalker? Okay. Prophetic Prism. Spore Singer. Not being able to actually lay out a sealed pool and like look at the colors is kind of sad. Necrosquito. I think Necrosquito's like consistently extremely underrated. This card's kind of amazed me with how frequently it just wins games single-handedly. Tyvar Stand. Tyranax Rex and Zapandrel are interesting. And a Blue Sun's Twilight. The Eternal Temptation. And not a lot of the rest of the green, but Evolving Adaptive is amazing. Tyvar Stand is amazing. Yeah, it definitely feels hard to justify actually going deep into green. Hard to justify going deep into red. So I think you correctly identified that like white-black were the correct colors to be in, especially based on the 2-drops. That said, I typically think Apostle Invasion is actually like just not a super good card. I've been unimpressed by it typically. Like, it's good if you turn on Corrupted, but it can also be very frequently overkill if you turn on Corrupted anyway. And in this case, I actually think that like Necrosquito and Miran Bardiche are probably just better cards because they're more reliable and less expensive. Tyvar's Stand I tend to think is a card that's usually worth splashing because of how frequently it just like does 7 damage to somebody to finish off a game, in addition to being a 1-mana combat trick that's very powerful and also is 1 mana fizzle or removal spell. Like, the fact that this card is good at any point in the game, but also is very, very impactful on like turn 7 when you finally find a green source, makes it the kind of card that I'm usually willing to splash if I'm already splashing green. We have 17 whole lands here, plus a Dune Mover, which means we have a lot of lands, could potentially even cut some. We have a Draw Skull Bomb, which is the kind of card that I'm usually on the lookout to cut. Our removal is pretty reasonable. Not amazing, but reasonable. I'm generally pretty low on every single one of these sacrifice sphere lands. And in this case, I think I would rather play 16 lands than play the 17th sphere land. Like, most of the time I tend to think it's just worse than basics. And I think that holds true here, where you just want to play your early stuff on curve. Especially if you're, like, bringing in Miran Bardiche as a top end. So I'd probably cut Skull Bomb And do we have enough to enable Orthodoxy Enforcer? It's pretty decent with Skrell's Hive. Yeah, we can probably enable Orthodoxy Enforcer well enough to be worth playing here. Do we have enough removal to justify Feed the Infection? I think Feed the Infection, to my mind, might be the least impressive card here. So the Apostle, the Feed the Infection. What was the other card I cut? The Fair Basilica. So I guess to my mind, what I would end up doing here versus what you originally had, because I think you correctly identified the base colors that you needed to be in, and I think that the splash was worth it over just, like, playing Veil of Assimilation. Oh, I also got the Skull Bomb. Does that mean there was one other card that I brought in? Necrosquito. Okay, right. Yeah, so I think the splash is worthwhile. Tyvar Stand and Necrogen Rot Priest are pretty strong. You got a Razor Verge, you got a Forest, you got a Terramorphic Expanse, so it's not very high cost. Prophetic Prism to enable a splash, I tend to feel fine with. There's not a huge number of Prophetic Prism synergies here other than Indoctrination Attendant. But it also does make it a little less painful to play 16 lands. Not that it's particularly painful in this format to play 16 lands, but, you know. Yeah. Comparing some of these cards directly, I tend to view, like, Tyvar Stand is usually better at ending a game once you get to 6 mana than Apostles of Invasion. Like, 5 damage on an unblocked creature is usually a Lava Axe that'll end a game if you're on a relatively aggressive list like this. You've got some flyers, you've got some life linkers, you've got a double striker, makes it stronger than normal. And like, it's just kind of difficult to get to 6 mana a lot of the time before a game gets decided one way or another by tempo. So a card that has the option to occasionally be valuable tempo early kind of feels like it just fills that role slightly better to me. Similarly, Feed the Infection has not been a card that I have liked very much in this format. You can build draft decks around Feed the Infection and the blue draw 3, but it's really about having a critical mass of cheap removal and good blockers, where you're going to start trying to, like, answer every single thing your opponent plays and just run them out of threats. That's harder to do in sealed a lot of the time because you can't get the critical density of removal. Here you definitely have some removal, but considering you're also, like, doing Skrell's Hive at the same time, I don't really think it's super easy to enable this, and I don't think this is the kind of deck that, to my mind, is excellent at doing so. And I think Mirren Bardiche, with the equip, is... It's weird how good this card is in this format, in my experience, at being, like, a card that is fine on curve while also being a powerful, grindy mana sink in the late game. And I think it kind of fills the role that you would be trying to fill with Feed the Infection, which is like, how do I avoid running out of resources before my opponent? And Mir and Bardiche lets you in the late game just not run out of stuff to do and not run out of resources nearly as quick. Draw Skull Bomb and Necrosquito are kind of in a similar boat. Draw Skull Bomb is more of a divination, whereas Necrosquito is just a threat that starts to win the game if not answered, which I guess really makes it closer to like the Apostle Invasion sort of role of here's a thing that's going to threaten to do a huge amount of damage in the air while also blocking the turn I play it. Except Necrosquito, you actually just play on 4, which is kind of amazing. And when you're playing an aggressive deck that attacks with a lot of tiny creatures that turn into more creatures, Necrosquito gets huge fast. Like, really, really huge. I've consistently seen people underrate this card, in my opinion. I think it just generally is pretty excellent if you're being aggressive. And then Prophetic Prism just helps the splash, draws more cards. Good with Indoctrination Attendant. It's not really getting on the board in the sense that you like your 2-drops to get on the board, but it's good. And also, that way you get to run 16 lands instead of the tap land that it makes me sad. That's my thoughts. I don't know if there's like... Yeah, looking at it, I don't think there's like a way you could play blue or green, really. As for red, at a glance, the lack of 2-drops in red looks kind of damning. There might almost be a red-white deck with Jor-Kadeen. I mean, I don't dislike the black here. Let's see. I do love me a Hex Gold Slash. Do love me a Hex Gold Halberd. Do love me a Shrapnel Slinger. Do love me a Jor-Kadeen. Blade Graft. Rebel Salvo. Volt Charge. Splitter. Rebuke. Maybe no Rebuke. No Injector. Basically the same mana base except with red. Well, probably wouldn't play the Vanish into Eternity at this point. Play the Kuldotha Cackler instead. It's hard to say. This might actually be slightly preferable. Yeah, Lookout plays well with Splitter, and sort of well with Mir and Bardiche. Doesn't do much with Hex Gold Halberd. But the Splitter is pretty decent with Jawbone Duelist. And Jor-Kadeen is just a good card. Black gave us what? Stinging Hive Master, Drowning Ichor, Necrosquito, Scrap Trap. How many artifacts do we got for Veil of Assimilation? Actually, Skrelv's Hive plus Veil of Assimilation seems kind of disgusting. Yeah, at this point I think I actually don't splash the Tyvar's stand and just play the Veil of Assimilation and go 2-color. And then we probably don't need to play the Prism at that point. Is there something else we get to play instead of it? Not really. Molten Rebuke, maybe. And I like playing Veil of Assimilation with Jorkadine, since a lot of the time you can just use Veil of Assimilation to pump Jorkadine directly to get up to 4 power, which, you know, moderately helpful. Drawing cards is cool. Yeah, this is kind of tough. I think I probably would have been tempted to go with the red-white build. Which might be a bias color-wise for me. So this is a deck tech? Kind of. This is taking a look at a sealed pool. Usually if I'm looking at viewer decks, I don't call it a deck tech, because in my mind, a deck tech is like saying you know what a deck is, and you're talking about it and presenting it to somebody with like, hey, here's a quick look at this deck, and what it is, and does, and why it's good. And I don't actually know what the deck is before looking at it, so it's more like I'm exploring it, and would not consider myself an expert at it. Deck Doctor could be like a good way to describe it. Yeah. I think the reason that I prefer the red-white version more, besides just like the slightly better mana, that this gets to be 16-16, or 8 and 8, 16 lands, pretty clean, is that, one, more 2-drops, more proactive 2-drops that get on the board, rather, because Drown and Ichor and Shieldred's Edict are like hypothetically 2-drops, but not being 2-drops that are like actually good at stopping your opponent from turning on Corrupted makes them slightly less of a turn 2 play, as opposed to a card that costs 2 mana. And I am pretty strongly biasing towards that. A lot of really good cheap instant speed removal too in red. That's probably honestly better than the black removal. And then on top of that, just like the Molten Rebuke doesn't make me super happy, but we're out of actual playable threats, unfortunately. We have like no oil, right? Correct. Sad. But also we have a bunch of the 4 Mirrodin stuff for the Indoctrination Attendant. And that makes me happy. Yeah, the green is sad because you have a lot of really powerful green cards. Actually, it looks like I got rid of some of them because I know for a fact there was an evolving adaptive in here, which is like the best common in this, best uncommon in the set. But it is no longer here. And green just like, green has one good 2-drop and one okay aggressive 3-drop and a good 4-drop, but it is just so thin. The card quantity is not there. And like you get these 2 spicy 7-drop mythics, but this isn't a set where spicy 7-drop mythics are actually all that good. Rot Priest can definitely be very good, but it's a weird good. You know? It's good partially because it's defensive, but also kind of wants you to leave up mana. Like, I respect this card, but I also am very often willing to just, like, do something more linear than do Necrogen Rot Priest things. Those 7s are pretty dang good. Can we really not build a deck that tries to cast them? So there's really not enough green here to fill out a curve combined with any second color. So it means we need to try to build a deck that casts 7-drops with ramp spells while also playing them as functionally the splash, because we just can't make base green a color. And I mostly just think that's not worth doing. Neither of these really strikes me as being a very good card in this format, to be honest. Like, Tyranax Rex, I tend to think this card really isn't better than the 5-mana common version that's Toxic 3, 4/4 haste. Like, yeah, it's better than in games because it's giant, has Ward 4 and Trample, but it's really, 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 really hard to get to 7 mana in this format. You do lose to Zapandriel and Tyranax Rex when they get cast pretty often. The thing that's hard to judge about these cards is how often you beat them because your opponent never makes it to 7 mana before they die. And that's the metric that matters. Yeah. I don't think this pool, as built like this, ends up being busted, but I do think you win a lot of games where you play a turn 2 Skrelv's Hive with this list, probably as much as the other deck. And I don't know, Veil of Assimilation's kind of... Skrelv's Hive is probably the single card that makes Veil of Assimilation most worth playing in my experience, but it's also just generally good in red-white equipment. This deck feels like it's 1 double strike 3-drop away, or like 2 Justiciars away from being a very, very good deck. As is, it's probably just a solid B+ sealed pool. B+ feels right. Alrighty, let's do another sealed. Huh. Okay. So in white, we have Crawling Chorus, Zealot's Conviction, 2 Incisor Gliders, Infested Flesh Cutter, Kemba, Planar Disruption, Flensing Raptor, 2 Indoctrination Attendants, 2 Basilica Shepherds, and a Mirren Bardiche. So as far as 2-drops go, 2 Incisor Gliders, a Kemba, and a Crawling Chorus. Reasonable-ish. Blue has Trawling Drake. Black has Annihilating Glare, 3 copies of Anoint with Affliction, 1 Drown and Ichor. Okay, that's It's a lot of removal. Pestilence Siphoner, Scheming Aspirant, Phyrexian Arena, 2 Testament Bearers, a Drivnod, a Paladin, a Fleshless Gladiator, which gives us Anoint with Affliction, Fleshless Gladiator, sort of Siphoner, kind of. Siphoner is one of those 2-drops that very rarely ever trades with anything, but it's a good proactive card. Scheming Aspirant, so yeah, a fair number of 2-drops. So, also worth noting, the reason that I pull out Anoint with Affliction as a card that counts as a 2-drop when I don't pull out Drown and Ichor or Planar Disruption is basically just the difference between sorcery speed and instant, because you get to leave up Anoint with Affliction to kill a 3-drop. We're going to end up doing the same thing with Hexgold Slash, where Hexgold Slash is functionally a 2-drop in my mind for figuring out which color combinations have an adequate number of 2-drops. So like, red gets 3. Cackler. Sprinter's fine with Cackler. I very rarely ever want to play the second Sprinter without huge numbers of synergies. Volt Charge X2, Volshock Splitter. Sure. Evolving Adaptive is amazing. Ruthless Predation's fine. Titanic Growth is fine. Oh man, I want to play the Evolving Adaptive, but it doesn't look like we're going to get there. Basilisk is good. Mantis is good. Thrun is good. 2 Tyrannax Atrocities, huh? I don't really like that card. Then we have Sentry, which does not strike me as a real card. 2 Charforgers, huh? Oh, deck, you not tempt me. And a Dune Mover that goes anywhere. Green with Thrun and Evolving Adaptive has some really powerful cards, but does not have the 2-drops. Red does not look like a color we're probably going to be playing. There's nothing in this other than Hexgold Slash that's strongly appealing. Like, there's nothing in the realm of Evolving Adaptive or Thrun to make me want to go to this color for top end, and this is not a huge number of 2-drops. Basically, none of these cards are, like, actually exciting. So I think we can just rule out red. White has 4 2-drops. Green has 1. Black has a bunch. So I think, to me, this means that I'm either going to be going green-black or black-white. Green and white together don't really combine into a deck that has enough 2-drops to be playable. If we end up in black-white, we have, what, 1 copy of Proliferate? So if we played Scheming Aspirant, it would just be as a 1/3 that doesn't have reach, which is miserable, but is actually something I have been willing to do before. Yeah, that's fair. I guess if we did red-black, we would get the Charforgers. Am I willing to play Charforgers? I could play black splashing red for just Charforgers and Hexgold Slash. I don't know, that's like actually particularly exciting though. You have the Dune Mover, I would worry less about 2-drops and more about having Thrun in your deck. I disagree. I think it is more important to have 2-drops than bombs. I think 2-drops win way more games than Thrun. I do also want to have Thrun, and perhaps more to the point, I want to have an Evolving Adaptive, but 2-drops are extremely good. As many 2-drops as you can possibly fit is a big, big, big advantage. And that leans towards playing white-black. Alright, so if we didn't play green and just played consistent, we would end up with a deck that looks something like this. That's a lot of 5-drops. That is a strong lack of stuff on curve, unfortunately. I mean, it's a lot of 2-drops. That part's good. But this is way too many 5-drops. So, if we splashed red, we could get some 3-drops. Hey, King X. Thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. It's just more important to play Thrun. See, so I think where I'm coming up that differently is that including Thrun in your deck improves the deck by a certain amount because Thrun is very good. But playing 10 2-drops and fewer 4-drops and 5-drops instead of, say, 6 2-drops, or more realistically, playing 7 proactive 2-drops instead of playing 4 proactive 2-drops, I think increases the average quality of your deck by about the same amount as Thrun versus a bad 5-drop like Nimrazer Paladin. Why splash at 24 cards? You have 4 5-drops. Because we don't actually have a particularly good aggressive set of 2-drops, and we also don't have any 3-drops in black and white. So my concern is that we end up with a deck in black-white that is not good at being aggressive and isn't as good at being defensive as I would like. And Charforger is a card that is kind of exceptional on defense in this format for a 3-drop and helps smooth out the curve a little bit. Because, like, one of the things about having a bunch of 2-drops is that having a bunch of 2-drops and starting to double spell once you hit 4 mana is great, but having a pile of 2-drops and no 3-drops leaves you with a very awkward turn 3, where you just play a 2-drop, which ain't terrible, but ain't ideal either. And Charforger is just very, very, very good in general, in my experience. So I think we end up cutting the Nimrazer Paladin because that card ain't great. Cut a Testament Bearer because we have enough top end. Probably cut Zealot's Conviction because we don't have enough corrupted enablers. I like the removal this deck has, but I'm not actually confident that it has enough attacky power to justify playing Phyrexian Arena. Is Thrun overrated? Thrun isn't overrated. I think Thrun is extremely good. But I am generally of the opinion that having an adequate amount of proactive 2-drops is underrated. If that makes sense, as to like, my concerns here aren't that Thrun is too weak, it's that this green pool lacks the ability to be a comprehensive deck. Or at least lacks the ability to do so easily. But I'm gradually becoming less sold on the black and how powerful all of its cheap removal is when we still, even after combining it with other colors, don't actually end up with a deck that has enough aggression potential to justify the cheap removal, in my mind. So I guess where that next ends up is how much do we end up needing to splash in order to make green-white work. This curve is not better. Yeah, there's 2 Ruthless Predations, but we don't have a lot of creatures early on. And Ruthless Predation... I'm not super huge on this spell. Requiring you to have a creature in play in a format with a lot of cheap, good removal that gets kind of blown out. Like, Ruthless Predation's good if you have high-power, aggressive creatures. I actually think this card's pretty good if you have a large number of the 2-mana 3/1s or something like that. It's actually also kind of good with Leonin Lightbringer, but in this particular case, I am not... I'd probably be willing to run it, but it's not a card that I'm extremely excited about in this position. Yeah, I have the Death Toucher. But, again, sorcery speed fight spell, I'm just generally not incredibly excited by in the format. I will probably run some, but before we bring that in, I'm kind of trying to identify whether I feel like there is a deck within this shell or not. And there is not without a splash. Because this is just not enough 2 and 3 drops. Like, this deck is certainly capable of winning some games when it gets turn 1 Evolving Adaptive, or if it just board stalls to Thrun, which Incisor Glider is capable of doing. But I tend to want to default towards building aggro decks, and it's looking like this shell cannot build an aggro deck, no matter which color combination I do. It's too bad Charforger is 2 colors off for this deck, because if I could just splash the Charforgers Like, this right here is a deck I'd be pretty okay with, but this is not a deck that can splash the Charforgers. And playing the white is beginning to feel kind of mandatory because no other combination of colors matches up to getting Incisor Glider and Kemba. Green or black red is probably the closest to an alternatively viable deck here. And then what? Just... this is so much splashing. The trouble is, I don't know that this deck is good if it doesn't draw Thran. That's the problem here. This is just so few 2-drops. I don't know that I can accept this. What about white-red? Did we look at white-red? Don't really love the Sprinter. Once again, white-red's kind of providing us with the largest number of 2-drops. Could we play the Prosthetic Injector? With 2 Incisor Gliders, I'm probably willing to play a Prosthetic Injector. Also just willing to play Blade Graft Aspirant. Is this the deck? This might be the deck. Do we splash for Charforger? We don't really need to. Cackler I tend to find is just like a card that's acceptable to play even if you have 0 oil synergy, because just 3 mana 2/3 with trample synergizes somewhat well with pump spells and equipment. And like 3 mana 2/3 is a somewhat respectable stat line in this format. Can we justify playing against all odds? We have a Kemba, which is nice. We could blink Shrapnel Slinger, Full Shock, Mirren Bardiche, Battle Shepherds, Indoctrination Attendants. Although blinking those latter two isn't the most exciting. Thoughts on Nahiri Sacrifice if you have equipments? I don't think Nahiri Sacrifice is, like, unplayable. I just think usually you don't want to play it. Because the problem is, there are very few equipment that are worth sacrificing to Nahiri's Sacrifice. Volshock Splitter and Mirren Bardiche are actually just really good to have sitting around. There are 2 mana equipments that you can sacrifice basically for free, but Nahiri's Sacrifice as a, split 2 damage among 2 creatures is kind of an effect that sucks. At some point, like, you could sacrifice creatures to this, but I've never really considered doing that, so I don't know how useful it actually is. I kind of think, like, I don't necessarily want to splash for Charforgers, and I don't necessarily want to try to splash for Thrun and Evolving Adaptive here. I think this might just be it. I don't think Against All Odds works well enough here. I don't think I'm that excited about Basilica Spellbomb in this deck. I think once again I just end up playing Red-White because Red-White has a tendency to have more 2-drops. Mentec, thanks for the sub. I appreciate the support. And I can share an export of this pool. Yes. We'll do so in a second. Done. Decks. Delete. Home. Play. Add to decks. Decks. Paste deck. Export. Paste. Pop. So for the folks who want to take a look at it themselves, that is the pool. Early creatures seem to be really powerful in this set. Yes. So powerful is a weird term, because I don't know if they're necessarily like, the 2-drops in this set are stronger than 2-drops in a normal set. I don't know if independently that statement is true, but I do think this format has so many good combat tricks and such a large number of effective ways to end games quickly that not doing proactive things on the first couple of turns, like turns 1, 2, and 3, 2 and 3 more so than 1, not doing things on those turns is much less acceptable than in most other sets. And I think that phrasing of the concept feels like it's cutting more to the critical reasoning behind why 2-drops are so important. In addition to that, the downside of playing lots of 2-drops is usually that, like, you'll get outscaled and out-resourced, but a lot of the equipment and just a lot of the... I don't know that I can actually like figure out exactly why this is. It feels like most decks run out of things to do a lot less in this set. Which might be because if everybody is being pushed towards playing lots of cheaper spells, nobody is building decks that are all about the late game, or fewer people are building decks that are all about the late game, which kind of creates a self-fulfilling prophecy where you both run out of stuff to do at approximately the same rate. But by and large, compared to my experiences in other sets, it feels like doing 16 lands, lots of 2-drops, is losing fewer games to getting outscaled by vanilla removal dot 2-for-1 deck. There's so many cards that work only or much better if you're attacking in the set. So that's partially true. And Corrupted has a big impact on a pretty large number of games. But I also think that just like Axiom Engraver is an excellent card in this set. And part of the reason for that is just that even if the goal with the Axiom Engraver isn't to attack, it's just really important to play 2-drops that stop your opponent from attacking. Or it is much less acceptable to not do that, I guess. Hexgold Slash or a combat trick? Contagious Warwick. No, that's well suited. Card's too good, opponent. Well, that's cute. This is also cute. Behold, my 2/5. Good at blocking 3/3s. Okay. That's a lot of card advantage. Time to find out if we can outscale that with Axiom Engravers and Kembas. Well, Incisor Glider's good. Alright. I want to start doing some toxic stuff. So we're going to attempt to start doing some toxic stuff. So I could play Kemba here, which blocks as a 2/4, but I don't really want to. Kind of want to play the Incisor Glider so that if needs be I can move the Injector over to the Incisor Glider. Because we can turn on Corrupted, that makes Incisor Glider into a really busted card. Batter Fist? Sure. Willing to trade off the Axiom Engraver with that. Oh, interesting. Not attacking with the Vorak. Well, at least we're not super likely to flood out now that we've discarded 2 lands. Get in there, little glider. Oh. This is legitimately a hard thing to attack through. We just get to have a 4/5 ward too. Oh, my little prosthetic thing. Also, I'm not entirely sure why they bothered to kill the Incisor Glider. I guess it's scary if I could ever get them to Corrupted, but little do they know that it is not possible for me to get them to Corrupted now. Oh boy, what are we doing? Oh, I'm gonna die here. Oh, cool, this thing's a cat. That's Kemba synergy. Alright, opponent. I'm just gonna sit here attempting to make 2/2s and hoping that beats the fact that you have 5 cards in hand for whatever reason because Contagious Vorak is busted. Basically, Corpse Appraiser makes me think that the correct name for this is probably Boar Appraiser? It's a slant rhyme. It's not really as good as I'd like, but, you know, it's almost there. Really? We're not going at it. Did I really loot away 2 lands, and then my opponent drew 4? Alright. Well, we're almost out of lands. That's the good news. I would like to draw Mirren Bardiche, please. Oh, opponent, that's busted. Much too rude. How do we handle this? Zealot's Conviction would almost be helpful if my opponent was corrupted. But at least they're being polite and doing nothing. I don't know why they're doing nothing, because they have good attacks, but I'll take it. I guess they're afraid of a combat trick? Cool. Alright. Well, that's relatively busted. It's weird, because I'm going to lose this game to Anissa, but I don't actually think that I'm losing this game to Anissa. I think I'm losing this game to 2 Voraks. And everything else is kind of just superfluous. Did they miss-click? Okay, cool. I feel like they should have cast this for no Phyrexian mana, right?
Our strength multiplies.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm willing to concede this at this point. Nissa plus 2 Voraks, huh? I have to beat that. How are we gonna do that? How are we gonna do that? Draw better? We're gonna go with draw better. That's the plan. We did kind of flood horrifically, which probably made that harder than it needed to be. Okay. I think it's worth getting a land here. Don't hate getting to start off putting a little bit of toxic on our opponent. Please don't play a Vorak. Rude. Hate that you can't Hex Gold Slash a Vorak. Why is that card so busted? No auto tapper, I would really love you to not tap my second white source. Please don't play a second Vorak. Please don't play a second Vorak. Okay. Could I draw a removal spell for a Vorak? Please, I desperately need a removal spell for a Vorak. Rude. Okay. Well, that's a bad sign. Please don't play Nissa. Please don't play Nissa. Okay. This is not what we would call a fair match of Magic. Boy. If my opponent discarded 5 cards from their hand right now, we would have a chance. Okay, it's not a card that matters, so that's nice. Well, this could be worse. Sizer Glider now online. Opponent politely didn't play the 8/8 with haste. That's rad. Nothing. Nothing except that they can copy the Dragon Wing, which gives them a 6/6. Okay. New plan. Hope the opponent literally has nothing. Ever. For the rest of the game. It's unfortunate. That was something. Alright. Well, I don't think I get to beat that. Probably. Just have nothing, please. Just have nothing, please. Just absolutely nothing, please. Okay. Good talk. No, that was never, ever gonna happen. Never. I did not have the capacity in my pool to build a deck that beats my opponent drawing double Vorak in 2 bombs. We almost got there on the opponent having absolutely nothing planned, but then they didn't have nothing. Instead, they had 2 removal spells, which is a lot better than nothing. It's a 2-drop. Might be a better 2-drop. Don't love the indoctrination attendant with nothing to bounce while on the draw. Oh, cool, a bomb. Alright. Good talk, opponent, good talk. Vorik is very good fixing, yeah. Also, a lot of the time, if you're playing a color for bombs, you frequently... not frequently, but a lot of the times, if you're drawn into those colors, it can be despite the fact that they don't actually have enough playables to form a 23-card deck, which, you know, forces you to splash as a result. Alright, we sure are doing nothing. Cool! More lands. It's extremely helpful. Oh boy. This is going well. Maybe my opponent can't do anything. They're missing lands. Maybe they're also missing the color of all the cards in their hand. Okay. Fight spell, sure. Okay. Mostly can't beat Urbrask's Forge at this point. Alright. 16 lands. Far, 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 far too many, huh? Alright. We will play Vanish to Eternity. What are we cutting? Well, that's tough. None of these cards are bad. Volt Charge might be the most underwhelming. I guess we don't have a lot of synergies for Basilica Shepherd here. So I have a 1 quick draft deck that I just went 7-1 with, started 6-0, that I'm going to redeem for you to take a look at, see what you think of it, but there's no rush. Okay. I think draft decks are a little harder to give meaningful feedback on than sealed, since, like, 95% of the building of the deck is done during the drafting process, but more than happy to take a look at it. Alright, we'll take the play. This is the same hand, but at least this time we're not on the draw. And that's an advantage. Sure is 5 lands. I'm sure that's fine. I'm willing to trade off Kemba for a Mirror Convert. The opponent is not. I am not surprised. Okay. It's acceptable-ish. Really? Not attacking with the Mirror Convert. That's weird. Alright. I always forget this has an Anthem effect. That's quite a bit better. Quite a bit better. Chimney Rabble? Wait, you mean to say there's a chance? Trades? No? Okay. If you say so. How big is this creature gonna be? Is this like a 10/10? Not quite. Pretty close. Dink, dink. Alright, well, this isn't going as bad as it could have been. Hexgold Halberd on Lattice Blade Manticore sounds very good, but also my life total is quite a bit more healthy than theirs. We will not be blocking the 5/4 First Strike Trampler. Why would you ever not? I don't know, but I will still not be blocking it. But also I am very happy that I don't have to deal with a 4/3 blocker. I would love for you to equip this axe, kitty cat. Good talk. This is the part of the game where Kemba gets to be extremely stupid. We just keep making 5/3s over and over. Should I put a land on top of my deck? See if I can play this Flensing Raptor? Why not? Let's send a message. I absolutely want that 8th land. Not for any good reason, but for a fun reason. Opponent has begun untapping Lattice Blades. Very well. And they're not doing anything despite... I guess they made a land drop. So let's go with land, Flensing Raptor to throw up a lethal Dune Mover. Swingities. I feel like I've thrown about 20 power at my opponent with Kemba alone at this point. If my opponent has to use a removal spell on the Dune Mover instead of the Kemba, I'm gonna be so sad for them. Yeah, okay, fair enough. They hit the removal spell. You did it, opponent. They kind of made a mistake by not playing the pump spell on the 1/1, though. Unless they have more? I guess. Okay. Guess they kind of just thought they were going to die and didn't think about what to target with the Blazing Crescendo. Probably should have activated Kemba while they were tapped out, because if they kill Kemba in response to the ability, I don't get to equip the Bardiche. Although I'll probably end up equipping the Bardiche, the Flensing Raptor, on my turn anyway, so I don't know that that really changes very much. Alright, please don't do 6 damage to me. I'm just gonna be really sad if I died to another Tyvar's stand. Did I miss the re-equip the Bardiche? No. Because Kemba will take care of that for me already. Because Kemba's kind of busted. Chonk. I don't really see the need to equip anything to the Raptor here. Okay. Well, Kemba basically soloed that game. We did not miss any land drops, but Kemba makes that more acceptable. Yeah, that's a good point. There was the part of that game where they had the option to trade with a 2-1 with Kemba. Good times, good times. I kind of wonder if I should actually be playing against all odds here, because flickering or bringing back the Shrapnel Slinger is pretty good against Urabrask's Forge. Which I'm going to say is probably worth more than the Zealot's Conviction in this situation to me. I would be interested to see a 6-0 sealed deck from Saturday's play-in. I'm going to assume it was a very good deck. But if it's not a very good deck, I'm even more interested in seeing it. I think that feels like the spot where you have the most useful information to learn, right? Like, decks that do very well without bombs, and what sort of things those decks are doing. Because if you just, like, get bombs with all the supporting colors and on curve, then, like, yeah, that's good. Makes sense. Hope you do that. But I've top-8'd a lot of MTGO sealed events with, like, not bomby piles of just low curve aggro in formats that wasn't supposed to be what we were doing, but a lot of the times that's just a feasible way to salvage a medium pool. Don't play a toot, don't play a toot. Yeah! We did it! You want to trade opponent? You want to trade opponent? You want to trade opponent? No? Do I want to trade? Do I want to play Dune Mover? I really don't want my opponent to play a Lattice Blade next turn. That doesn't sound like fun. As much as I hate playing off curve, don't really want to give my opponent color fixing. Well, I guess I just chill and hold up Volt Charge in case they play Lattice Blade. If they don't play Lattice Blade, I just kill something and be happy. You know, yeah. I am extremely happy we killed this Convert instead of allowing them to have green mana. Huh. You know, it is now just occurring to me that we are not insanely far away from winning this game via Toxic. I actually really like competitive Sealed, but I think that's because Sealed is probably the format in Magic that I feel like I have the largest level of relative skill advantage compared to the average population. Mostly because I think people play bombs too much and don't play on curve enough. And I think that of all formats, but I especially think that of this format. Did I know the bottom card of my deck? Was I supposed to search and then fail to find? No. Cool! Got there! Was that our first win? Are we on the board? We're on the board! Yeah! Alright. Decks. Export for Arena. Copy. Delete. Import. Alright, red-black. Splashing Kaido off of 2 Dune Movers and a Mirror Convert. Yeah, that sounds consistent. And the Convert off of 2 Gunsmiths. So, incredibly consistent. So we have 7, 14, 17 lands with Masticore as a discard outlet. Yeah, it's fine. This isn't an aggressive deck, so 17 lands makes sense. Skywarden was a good blocker. Archfiend of the Dross, busted. Atraxa Skitterfang is actually, like, kind of interesting in this deck, because to me Atraxa Skitterfang is at its best when it's enabling Toxic, or in an aggressive deck where it's just giving stuff lifelink or evasion to push damage through. And this does not, at first glance, look like an aggressive list. I mean, I guess we have a pretty high number of 2-drops, but of those, Batterfist and Dune Movers are the only ones that are vaguely aggressive. We have 3 3-drops. Masticore I need more experience with. I've had this card feel bad, and I've had this card feel good, and I don't really know how to judge it appropriately. But it's probably good with Kaido and Mirror Kinsmith giving you more card advantage to discard to it. Sort of needed Toxic Evasion for Afflictions. Yeah, okay, I guess that's true. And you do have 2 Dune Movers, which means that the Toxic Evasion and the Stinging Hive Master. So enabling Corrupted isn't impossible, and the Atraxa does help out with that. We have... Ooh. Duelist of Deep Faith and Sizer Glider, Jawbone Duelist, Annex Sentry is a chunk of powerful white cards. We have 2 Prosthetic Injectors. Green has Thirsting Roots, Sack, Stalker, Longlegs, Slaughter Singer. Two Orthodoxy Enforcers, 1 Immobilizer, a Necrosquito, a Bardiche, 3 Grimnarks. Okay. Yeah, white is very close to interesting with the Enforcers. Unfortunately, the Enforcers looking good with the Dune Movers and the Converts. Fine with Kinsmith, sort of, but not really. Not. I wouldn't consider Orthodoxy Enforcers with just Kinsmiths to be like a good synergy, but Orthodoxy Enforcer with Kinsmith plus Mere Convert. I could see that making it slightly easier to turn on the Vigilance. Black's pretty much obligatory because of the Archfiend of the Dross. That card's just, like, single-handedly game-winning busted. Although amusingly not happy that Anoint with Affliction is exile-based removal. Like Masticore with tap lands. Oh, yeah, okay. Being able to sack lands to get extra cards in your hand helps you get out from underneath Masticore lock. I could see that. This also seems to me like the kind of deck that is more into the sack land thing because you're taking advantage of Kaido and Kinsmith and Masticore and Skywarden as a blocker. This is like the most defensive deck that I have seen in this format in a lot of respects. With the exception of Archfiend of the Dross being a card that is insanely aggressive because it's just a pile of kill all on its own in one bottle. Doesn't need a lot of support. Which makes sense to me. Not playing Geth. Yeah, we have Dune Movers and Mere Converts, so that makes sense. I have played Geth to decent effect in some decks, but it's never really been what you want to do. Cutthroat Centurion. I have actually had this card be impressive with enough copies of, like, Barbed Batterfist specifically, because an early 4/4, the threat of an early 4/4 can do a lot to stop your opponent from attacking a lot of the time. And then you don't actually even need to end up making it a 4/4. And this does seem like the kind of deck that could be interested in that sort of an idea. Might not need it, but yeah. It's an interesting option. None of the rest of this looks necessary. So I will say, because you're playing the full 17 lands with Dune Mover and Converts, I kind of am interested in playing the Cruel Grimnark over the Dross Skullbomb as far as, like, the card advantage-y kind of thing goes. Potentially, maybe even over, like, Amir Kinsmith. I've actually been really impressed with this card as far as the top end of Dirtly decks go, because it so frequently just shuts the ground completely off and gains you enough life to survive a hit in the air. But at the same time, the Dross Skullbomb has a lot more utility when you're looking at Archfiend of the Dross. So, like, if they manage to kill this, getting it back is extra good. So I can kind of see it. It's a higher value than I would usually attribute to Dross Skullbomb, which I usually think is like fine, but not much better than divination. Suppose the same could probably be said of Masticore. And we probably already have too many ways to use our mana to play a Necrosquito. But Necrosquito, you don't... Creatures or artifacts, not lands. Yeah, I think that's the only standout to me. Is that this feels like the sort of shell that I like Cruel Grimnark in, but I'm not sure exactly what would make sense to play instead of Cruel Grimnark, or Cruel Grimnark over. Ooh. I think this feels like, in a lot of ways, the opposite end of the spectrum from a lot of the decks that I've been playing. Well, some of the decks that I've been playing. Which is to say, this feels like a deck that has good removal, good dirtle, and strong bombs. As opposed to no bombs, powerful aggro, good curve. Is that enough blue sources for Kaido? Yeah. We have Dune Mover is blue, Convert is blue, Kinsmith goes and gets Convert to make blue, and one island plus some scries. So we end up functionally with like 6 blue sources. I dig it. I dig it. Yeah, Dune Mover is the glue of a lot of decks in this format. You are just a very, very happy camper with a lot of options if you open multiple Dune Movers. Would I consider that a 6-0 deck? It's interesting to try to describe what a 6-0 deck looks like. Yeah? It is the kind of deck that I would believe you if you told me it was a 6-0 deck, but 6-0 is not the record that I would predict it to get on the fly, because I usually expect a 6-0 deck to either have turbo bombs or a more cohesive game plan. And perhaps I'm underrating Masticore, but I think of Archfiend of the Dross as a very good bomb, and I think of Kaido as a very reasonable mid-range card, but the rest of the deck not being super aggressive makes Archfiend feel not completely supported. Still absolutely strong enough to be worth playing, but not completely supported. And the Kaido was reasonable. Again, worth playing, but I wouldn't have thought the rest of the deck was incredibly powerful attrition resource thing to like completely support what Kaido typically does. But I think in both of those cases, that's probably just me underrating the Masticore and probably underrating the 5/5 Reach Menace also. We will be doing more sealed. We got a deck on standby that we'll be returning to. But we had one other person who had a draft deck for us to look at, which was this one. Which one? This one. Export, copy, import. Did it go up here? Wow, I had all the cards in this draft deck. Look at that. All right. Oh, so we are in the business of splashing White Sun's Twilight off of Atlas, Expanse, Two Planes, Prism. So for starters, in my mind, 5 white sources to splash a White Sun's Twilight is probably not enough to be worthwhile. Oh, for that matter, we have a Cinder Slash Ravager. This card's very good. I think there's a pretty good chance that I wouldn't think it was worth playing the White Sun's Twilight here. Never cast a bomb against me in that run. Yeah. That if they don't play any bombs against you, I could definitely see that being a deck that is extremely good at just out defending and out grinding the common and uncommon leaning into aggro style decks. Won me a game, so maybe I just got lucky. I do think that White Sun's Twilight is the kind of card that will absolutely win you games. But when you're considering splashing, it's always kind of difficult to evaluate judgment because, like, I don't know, what's a random card that we would replace it with? Blazing Crescendo. If we played Blazing Crescendo instead of White Sun's Twilight, and you compare casting the two of those at most points in most games, you're going to feel like, oh, if I cast White Sun's Twilight here, it would be better than Blazing Crescendo 7 times out of 10, or whatever metric. And our brains are somewhat well equipped to handle that kind of comparison. But if you don't play White Sun's Twilight and you don't play Aria, and you just get to play a better mana base, that also then means you don't have to play Prophetic Prism and don't have to play Phyrexian Atlas and don't have to play Terramorphic Expanse and just get to play 16 lands. Then also, probably not play these. A more consistent mana base that casts your cards better and floods less, that's the kind of weird small percentages adding up over the course of every single draw step of every single turn that our brains are not well equipped to evaluate, and you have to try to get a internalized understanding. It's very much more art than science. My guess is I think that with this deck looks very powerful on the whole of things, other than maybe not having as many proactive 2-drops as I would really like. But 2 Dragonwing Gliders is a lot of oomph. And to me, well, you actually do run into a problem where you don't really have much in the way of 2-drops. To me, a lot of the times, just being consistent like this and casting the good cards that we do have on curve is more important than splashing for high-impact bombs. I will say, as a general drafting concept, and me being the world's biggest proponent of 2-drops in this format, I can't speak to exactly what happened in the draft, but I will say that this result suggests I think you might not be putting enough priority on getting proactive 1 and 2 drop creatures, just because 4 is kind of below where I would want to be. I would typically want to be more towards 6. With some, like, a 1-drop, 1/1 Death Toucher is functionally kind of equivalent to a 2-drop. Usually do is just have the draft played out. Yeah. Definitely a possibility. I am totally capable of believing that. I actually do think that stuff like Soulless Jailer, this card is weirdly not the worst thing in the world to main deck in this format where denying your opponent Toxic is such a big deal. And it just winds up being kind of acceptable to, like, play a weird 0/4 wall for 2. I don't always think that's the correct thing to do, but I do think that with Shieldred and 2 Dragonwing Gliders, this is the kind of deck that actually really just wants to have a safe early game and expect to win the late game. Quick rules knowledge test for Grist. Does Jailer block Grist? Can Grist attack? I mean, I assume if Grist attacks that it can block. As long as Grist the Hunger Tide isn't on the battlefield, it's a 1/1 insect creature in addition to its other types. Can you make Grist into a creature while it's on the battlefield? I mean, I guess you could do it with a different effect. So if you, like, animate Grist, turn Grist into a 4/4 and swing, then Soulless Jailer can block it. But if you do it with Sarkhan, no, because then Grist would be flying. Presumably, you mean can you fail to reanimate Grist or Coco into Grist with Soulless Jailer? Which... So if Grist was in the graveyard and you gave Grist flashback, not actually flashback, but like if you got the ability to cast Grist from your graveyard with Muldrotha, then I believe you could cast Grist from your graveyard, because in the graveyard, Grist would be a creature. But on the stack, Grist isn't a creature? No. The stack isn't the battlefield, so on the stack, Grist is still a creature. So at all points where Soulless Jailer is checking if it's legal to cast Grist, then it wouldn't get prevented. And permanent cards in graveyard, if you're casting Grist, so reanimating Grist wouldn't work because the first line of text would stop Grist from being reanimated. But if for whatever reason you were casting Grist from the graveyard, it would enter from the stack, not from the graveyard, so that would be fine. So yeah, basically just reanimating Grist is the only thing that doesn't work, I think. So we have that. Weirdly enough, I said all that about not wanting to splash White Sun's Twilight, and I still don't think that I want to splash Rhea, because I don't think that Rhea is actually, like, particularly strong enough to be worth diluting your mana base for. I do think it's probably correct to delete your mana base for the Cinder/Slash Ravager, though. Mostly because I think you're short on playables otherwise, so you have to splash for one thing. Which does mean playing Prophetic Prism. And probably means not playing a mountain. And probably means playing the Terramorphic Expanse. And Forest. Do we go up to 17 lands? Maybe. Once you have the Prophetic Prism and a Soulless Jailer, I'm actually also sort of interested in the Centurion for the reasons I said earlier. It's also kind of good with the Fearless Gladiator, but I mostly just think this deck wants to be able to block a little better. Why does blue feel so bad? Am I biased? No. Blue is just mostly bad because this is a format about developing early board states and interacting with early board states, and blue has no cost-efficient removal, and all of its creatures at 2 mana have bad stats, and it has no creatures at 1 mana with good stats, and it has only one good creature at common at the 3-drop. Gitaxian Raptor is very good. It's one of the best commons in the set. But the color's pretty bad because it doesn't have any other commons that are good. It's also got Unctus' Retrofitter too, which is like busted and one of the strongest pulls to blue. You can just get like 3 of those. That card's completely insane. But yeah, blue is mostly bad because it has a large percentage of cards that are not good, which means it can support very few drafters in a pool. Yeah, my guess is this would probably be how I would build this pool, given these cards. The second Hazardous Blast and the Molten Rebukes are kind of interesting. You could hypothetically play some combination of them over the Ravager and the Prism, but given that a pretty large percentage of your attacking squad is evasive already, I think that kind of diminishes a lot of the need for more than one Hazardous Blast ever. Was just curious what you thought about the deck / pool. I did end up going 7-1 with my only loss being 6-0 to being outraced by Thron. That tracks. Yeah, I think the pool is, definitely very strong. This is a lot of bombs that'll win you a lot of games. For sure. For sure. But that same having so much power tied up in these bombs is part of why I want to make the mana base not complicated. The issue is that blue really wants to have good removal in its second color, and people will not give it to you. Every deck wants to have good instant speed removal. I don't know if blue is more so desiring that. The problem is that blue is like the only color that doesn't get good removal on its own, so you have half as much good removal as every other color combination. If I'm playing 5 creatures 2 or less, is that too light and sealed at the moment? 5 is at the bottom-ish range of acceptable to me. It does kind of depend on what you're trying to do and how much capacity to win the average middle or late game you have. The less your deck has bombs and tools to win late game scenarios, which includes answering your opponent's unbeatable bombs to an extent, the more you need to be aggressive, and the more unacceptable it is to be playing a jack of all trades, master of none, some mid-range stuff, some late game stuff, some early game stuff, because then you're not going to close out games and you're going to give your opponent more time to get to their bombs, and then you're just going to lose to their bombs. So if your deck is kind of just medium at everything, you need to make every sacrifice possible in the name of being as aggressive, as effectively aggressive as possible. And in which case, maybe you just play weaker cards with more aggressive 2-drops. If your goal is like, okay, I have a good deck, I want to play enough 2-drops to develop board presence and not fail to make a 2-drop play, then you're not just thinking about how many 2-drop creatures you have, you also begin to think about how many interactive pieces of 2-drop cards do I have, and that's where instant speed removal like Hexgold Slash and the Black Anoint and do we have more instant speed removal than those two? I guess there's the blue bounce spell, but who plays blue? Blue bounce spell is legitimately good. It's just very difficult to get a pool that warrants being blue and sealed. Green has an instant speed fight spell, but that's not actually like on curve removal, really. But point being, those two cards at the very least also kind of count as 2 drops for the purpose of making plays early, but they don't count for the purpose of 2 drops that get you on board and allow you to race decks that will kill you if you give them time. Or, kill you is not necessarily evocative enough. Will beat you by being better late game decks is what they will actually do if you give them time. Will this be rewatchable? Yeah, I'll probably be uploading this to YouTube at some point tonight. I got the one from yesterday uploaded that I need to make a thumbnail for and actually publish. Which will presumably also be happening after this. Well, I don't think I would keep this even if this plains was a mountain. So we will unfortunately be mulliganing. Well... Okay. I have a dream, and my dream involves playing turn 2 Dune Mover into somehow not missing land drops and playing Basilica Shepherds. Yuck. I don't like my opponent playing Armored Scrap Gorger on turn 2. That feels a little busted. Sad. This is the part where in paper you'd go to the bottom of your deck and know exactly which planes that you put on the bottom of your deck that you wanted to go fetch. Okay, cool. I love that my opponent played Infectious Inquiry. Because that means they were not doing something that mattered. I very nearly Volt Charged before attacking there. And the only reason I didn't was just habit of don't cast spells earlier than you need to. But I completely forgot this had Proliferate. I really love my opponent continuing to not do anything. This is just my favorite. So Splitter is 4 damage, Glider is 3? Guess we'll go with Splitter. This also means that if I don't hit the land, I get to go Planar Disruption and Sizer Glider this turn, which, you know, is probably a good thing. Spending mana, all of it, every turn, is nice. Alright, that's a lot. So I could attack for 4, and then play Shepherd. That actually kind of just feels worse than getting in for 6 this turn and developing a bunch of stuff. I am not going to play this Mountain because there's a chance my opponent could play a Cruel Grimnark this turn, and if they play a Cruel Grimnark, I would rather discard the Mountain than the Shepherd. Rude. So we can re-equip that at some point. But I'm going to assume that Shepherding is better on this particular turn. We get in 2 damage, presumably, and kill the Scrap Gorger, unless they really need the color fixing. They really want the color fixing. Alright, opponent. Why does it steal with the equipment? So I still control this full shock splitter, but it doesn't unequip from a creature just because they gain control of the creature. So what I can do is, because I control this, I can equip it to any creature I control, which will remove it from their creature. Tips besides playing 2-drops. I don't know that I directly have... Wow, they really stabilized. Much in the way of advice other than that at the moment that's different from a normal sealed format. Jeez. Opponent, you're stabilizing a bit too much. Can I just draw like 3 damage to face? No? Okay. That said, I do like this whole menace thing. That's cool. So if I swing with everybody, block, 1 damage, not worthwhile. So I'll swing for 3. Tradesies. Play a menace. Should I assume my opponent has lots of corrupted cards and block 3 poison aggressively? If your opponent is in white and black, extremely yes. Okay, cool. If they are not in either of those 2 colors, there's not a ton of stuff that's really valuable with corrupted. I have another 3 damage spell, right? I do. This would be a fantastic time to just draw Volt Charge and make my opponent look extremely silly. No? Okay, cool. Good talk. Oh, long legs, long legs, long legs, long legs. He's got Vigilance and Lifelink, huh? Oh, cool, a Throne, huh? Okay, you got me. Good game. Jeez. Armored Scrap Gorger, Atraxa, Thrun. Blue Sun. That's a deck. That's a deck. Okay, what are we doing? Drawing better. Good plan. Think you would have won with Glider plus Disruption that turn. Was there a turn where I could have Glider plus Disruption earlier than I did? There was the turn that I played the Volshock, but did they have a creature in play? Oh, you can pacify the mana rock, can you? Huh. Interesting. I see. I completely missed that was even a thing you're allowed to do. Maybe. That's hard to say. I mean, doing more damage faster by developing the Volshock and then also getting to pacify a blocker is probably a lot better tempo, but it's definitely very hard to say. I'm kind of insanely amazed the opponent actually stabilized from that position where I had like 4 lethal attackers to 1 blocker. I'm going to assume it's not worth X-Gold slashing here. Gross. Gross, 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 gross. So I can get in 2 damage by Hexgold slashing a Gladiator. But then I let my opponent develop a Mana Dork. I have Infinity 5 drops, so Kemba's activated ability doesn't mean too much to me here. I think I actually just would rather kill the Mana Dork and trade off the Kemba in this position. Which I guess means I actually should have attacked with the Kemba before doing that, because they can't block the Kemba in a meaningful way with the 1-2 anyway, and I just gave them information for free. Cool. Satisfied with that block. Opponent, if you play Contagious Vorak, I will cry. Okay, cool. Nothing is pretty cool. Gross. That's a good blocker. Well, alright. That's nice. Think we would rather develop a Bardiche for the time being. Pushes through slightly more damage than a Shepherd. Oh, opponent, you're really, really rude. Well, good news is we might be able to race this Thrun, so it is slightly less important that it is powerful. Cool. Alright. Time to hope the opponent never draws Atraxa. Would love to draw Disruption for when they do play Atraxa. No intention of blocking Thrun. Okay. Are you worth playing over the flyer? Probably not. You don't have, like, 2 mana removal on it? No? Okay. Oh, good news. It makes it less likely they have Atraxa in hand by a tiny bit. Yeah, the music is from Arena. But why? Why? This isn't necessary. Alright, I'm not gonna do math. I'm assuming I'm not dead yet. Okay. Well, I need to block... what? 12? Oh dear. I don't think that's happening. It's impossible to have like an 80% win rate in sealed. 80% is probably the top end of what you could have in sealed, but it also depends on what events you're playing. I think I would probably have a very easy time getting an 80% win rate in sealed if I was doing so in a no, that doesn't work. Bummer. Am I one short? Because I can't actually split this appropriately? Well, I mean, I can avoid dying, maybe, but I can't actually kill the Tyrannax. Was I saying something before I, like, started crying? I have some thought. Oh, cool. Right. Sure. Fair enough. Having an 8% win rate. Yeah. The thing, if I was playing ranked and was in bronze, it would presumably be very easy to have an 80% win rate. Actually, bronze is not where you want to be. Bronze is hard in limited, because there's a lot of people who just, like, don't play limited very often and wind up in bronze. Silver is when it gets easy. You play in bronze and you'll start playing against, like, people whose usernames you recognize as being regulars on the Pro Tour. Silver is the easy place. There's no ranked sealed? Really? No. Alright, that probably makes it harder. People make dummy accounts to try to draft. I don't think people need to make dummy accounts. It's just, if you do, like, 2 drafts on Arena a month, every draft you ever do will be in bronze. If you mostly play constructed. So I don't think that deck was terrible, but I don't think it was very good. But we lost 2 matches to Turbo Bomb Nut Drafts. Which, whoa, alright. We're gonna have an interesting pool to build here. Nice red deck. Yeah. Wouldn't that be sad if we end up playing red because red has like a billion good 2-drops? Thank God red has no 2-drops. Alright, we don't have to play red. Alright, white has 2 choruses, a glider, Jawbone Duelist, Kemba, Flesh Cutter, Sentry, 2 Flensing Raptors, 2 Indoctrination Attendants, Shepherd. It's actually not a bad white pool either. Blue had... wow. This might literally be the best blue pool I've ever seen. 3 Synthesizers, 2 Raptors, multiple Skull Bombs. 3 might be too many, but I don't even know if too many is a thing. Meldweb Strider and a Blue Sun's Twilight. This is without a doubt the best blue pool I've ever had in this format. This will be a quick build. No, it won't. This is going to take a long time. We have very good cards, but figuring out which good cards to play and which good cards to not play will be tough. But also this black looks completely insane. 3 Annihilating Glares. I'm probably never playing more than 2. Blightbelly Rat, Aspirant, Gladiator, Sheoldred's Edict, which is not a card I usually love, but I do think is, in this pool, looking like a card that's probably necessary just to increase the 2-drop count. Ambulatory Edifice, Hive Master, Archfiend, Skeeto maybe, Head Cleaver maybe, Testament Bearer extremely, Grimnarch, Nimrazor, Double Black Suns. So we have the tools to play a black deck as like the ultimate go over the top. Red, not really there. The reason I'm not playing Necrosquito is that I think Necrosquito is better when you're being aggressive, and this black pool, other than Archfiend of the Dross, which doesn't need support, doesn't really look like it's got 2-drops that support being extremely aggressive. Green has Rustvine, Branch Blight, Predation, some fight spells which are fine, Titanic Growth, Spinoderm, Tyvar Stand. Not quite enough to justify green, despite me liking Spinoderm a lot. Got an Ickerplate Golem in colorless. We've got no fixing. Very cool. If Sealed had matchmaking, MMR matchmaking, what would be a really good win rate to have? 55%? Uh, so MMR matchmaking rating ladder is really, really, really hard to judge based on win rate because, like, by definition, if the matchmaking is functional or good, your win rate will go towards 50% pretty much constantly. So if you think of like MMR as a bell curve, like 98% of the people in the middle of the bell curve, where there are lots of other players they can be matched up against of roughly equivalent skill level, if the matchmaking rating is behaving in a way that kind of tightly bounds them on both sides, their win rate will be 50%, just like the person who is worse than them, and also like the person who is worse than them, and like the person who is worse than them. And it will be a very small tip in one direction or the other until you hit the very edge where there begins to no longer be enough people to actually pair you, and where it starts pairing you against people more outside of that narrow band. Like in Constructed, if matchmaking rating is behaving, then 80% of players will probably have a 50% win rate. But once you get to the very top end, you start having people with 60% win rates, 70% win rates, 80% win rates, and like, what does good or really good mean to you? Well, really good is probably 80%. That definitely qualifies as really good. Does 60% qualify as really good? That's more defining really good than it is defining like anything about a specific number. Don't think we're running the War Whip. Might run the Evangelist. Probably not playing Ichor Plate here. Do we have any equipment for Kemba? No. Kemba's just a 2-2 that makes 2-2s. Oh, we have Flesh Cutter. Okay, that's a piece of equipment. Oh, we also have Prosthetic Injector, which is probably worthwhile with 2 Crawling Choruses, a Jawbone Duelist, an Incisor Glider, Prosthetic Injector. We can probably make Vivisection work. Alright, so for the most part, it just looks like we're kind of getting forced into white-black because there's not a lot of other stuff. So, time to look at a curve. How does our curve look? 2 Flensing Raptors plus Jawbone Duelist is kind of busted. Alright, I'm beginning to think this deck is insane. 2 Crawling Choruses makes me want to play Necrosquito. Cruel Grimnark's not really necessary. We have 2 Crawling Choruses and a Stinging Hive Master and a Fleshless Gladiator, so I kind of have no problem playing Annihilating Glare. Wait, come back. You're a 5-drop. You're a 1-drop. Alright. This deck's nuts. We have no particular need to splash. I do sort of want to play the Shieldred's Edict just to get the curve down a tiny bit. But, gosh, I don't know what to cut. Everything here is amazing. I could hypothetically cut the Fleshless Gladiator to play the Shieldred's Edict. I don't want to. We have Annex Sentry and 2 Annihilating Glares. I don't need Edict. We have Vivisection, Evangelist, and Black Sun's Twilight. I do not need Edict. But it is cheap. And it does synergize with Archfiend of the Dross. Tempting. No. Basilica Shepherd. I mean, I do just like Basilica Shepherd. I might actually cut the Nimrazer Paladin before the Basilica Shepherd, to be honest. Although with 2 Flensing Raptors, that's a pretty powerful card to get back with Nimraiser Paladin, so maybe not. I don't know. What do folks think? Nimraiser Paladin is a card that generally hasn't impressed me a ton, and Basilica Shepherd has been rarely terribly disappointing. But these cards relative to one another, what are folks in chats' opinions? Experiences thus far. It's getting back Ambulatory Edifice at instant speed with Black Sun's Twilight would be very cute. It's like a weird way to do some deeply confusing blowouts at instant speed. So I guess my thought is, of these two, Basilica Shepherd tends to be the better defensive card, where Nimraiser Paladin tends to be the better value card, and Basilica Shepherd also tends to be the better aggressive card, where Nimraiser Paladin tends to be the better value card. And I feel like, looking at this deck, with 2 Black Sun's Twilight, an Archfiend of the Dross, and a Vivisection Evangelist, I do not think we need more value to be good. Especially not in the sense of bringing back, like, 3 drops, which is a slow, dirtily sort of value. And using that logic, that does not answer the question of whether Shepherd is better than Paladin, but it does imply to me that in this position I value the Shepherd more than I value the Paladin. I suppose it is true that Twilight incentivizes you to play 5 drops, huh? But, like, are my 4 drops weaker than my 5 drops? I don't know. Testament Bearer finding Archfiend of the Dross and Black Sun's Twilight and Evangelist, or putting some of those in the graveyard if needs be, is kind of busted. Necrosquito, I just like a lot with most of the cards going on here. And the same is true of Indoctrination Attendant. I could probably see the argument that I don't need this many 4 drops, and so even though I love Indoctrination Attendant, I can probably trim it. Most decks I would play Indoctrination Attendant over Testament Bearer, but I think with Bombs to Find, that raises the value of Anticipate effects quite a bit. Is this a 16-land deck? Or should I be trying to make 17 happen when I have 2 6-drops in the deck? And a limited amount of ways to spend my mana. Because of only having 2 equipments. I guess Kemba's a way to have a mana sink. I like double Indoctrination just in case Archfiend is in play with 1 counter. Well, yeah, it's kind of cute that Indoctrination Attendant synergizes with Archfiend. Very rarely do you ever wind up dying to Archfiend without your opponent getting killed. But if it comes to that, I have 2 Annihilating Glares and 2 Black Sun's Twilights also. But I don't expect it'll come to that. We don't have a lot that I'm willing to cut here to go up to 17. Fearless Gladiator is probably the weakest card remaining in the deck, but 2 drops are insane, so, you know. There's that. When in doubt, do not play 17 lands. What's my opinion about Injector? So, I have had this card be irrelevant, and I have had this card be amazing. It's very good at moving around cheaply to make powerful blockers that especially inconvenience your opponent by like forcing them to use combat tricks in positions they don't want. It's also very, very nice to give like a Flensing Raptor one additional toxic for the purposes of like turning on a Vivisection Evangelist, which this deck looks like a deck where that has a lot of potential to be relevant. I'm also kind of operating under the assumption that Kemba makes it a lot better, because now it's +1/+3. I don't know if that's like actually a justification that I should be using, but I've definitely had no complaints about this card in enough decks that I'm willing to give it the time of day. So this deck is not what I would consider the usual kind of deck where I like Flesh Cutter. Flesh Cutter is, in my opinion, a card that is like strongly tied to Justicar, because equipment that gives Justicar more power is really good with lifelink, and because it means that Justicar gets +1/+1 every time a creature ever attacks, because you trigger artifact stuff. This is not a deck where we have a lot of creatures that would normally make me want to play Justicar, but again, I'm kind of audibling towards it because Kemba. So, we'll see. There's also Jawbone Duelist, which I think plays well with Flesh Cutter. I don't know. I will say, of all of the equipment in the set, Flesh Cutter has weirdly impressed me a lot less than many of the common red equipments. I think Mirren Bardiche is a better card than this almost always, unless you had a lot of Justiciars. But I think the context of this deck probably warrants playing both of them. Having for Mirrodin is very good. That is true. Necrosquito has continuously impressed me. I believe that I'm just very happy playing it in this deck, because I'm envisioning this deck as, like, being pretty aggressive in the early turns. And we have a lot of stuff that is incentivized to trade off, which makes Necrosquito get pretty good pretty fast. Well, I guess I'm just going to play a Flensing Raptor, because I don't really want to play either of these other two cards. No, don't exile my Flensing Raptor. So mean. Combat Trick? Nope. Rude. Okay, well, that seems like a good card to Edifice. Bonk. We have not done a good job of enabling Corrupted. Pick up a land, pick up a land, pick up a land. Pick up a land. Oh, the tempo. We did it. Okay, well, I was planning to Annihilating Glare to just kill the Indoctrination Attendant, but I guess this is better. So we Indoctrination Attendant, bounce the Swamp, replay the swamp, sack the 1/1. Get in for 3. And now I can actually block the 1/1 to stop Corrupted. Edifice paying 2 life does feel weird. I agree. I don't know if there was like some kind of constructed combo where blinking it was too good and it needed a nerf. That seems unlikely, but maybe. Alright. Well, I think I'm going to do the thing where I put my cards into play. Now would be a good time to start drawing some Black Sun's Twilights. Okay, don't care about that card. Mostly don't care about that card either. Am I willing to trade off Kemba for both of those creatures? Yeah, probably. Okay, cool. Good talk. We will make a kitty cat. See if we can catch the opponent sleeping. If they attack with the chorus and we get the ambush block. But looks like nay. Kind of weirdly, like, not the most powerful game one for a deck that felt like it had a huge amount of extremely powerful toys. We're kind of just playing slightly above average uncommons. 4/4. So strong? It's so much bigger than things that don't have 4 power. It did keep a hand with no plays until 3. It's kind of true. Hey, Magic the Gathering. Put Archfiend of Dross in play. Turn cards sideways. Opponent go to 1. Opponent go to 2. Opponent's going to be really disappointed when this Ambulatory Edifice doesn't get to kill my Ambulatory Edifice. No, opponent don't. Okay, there. Okay, if they can immediately remove Archfiend of the Dross, the game is not over. However, the game is over. If you summon your cat on your lap, what equipment would it get? He definitely seems like the kind of cat who would be all about the footwear. Yeah, alright. Ship it. Yeah, I turned off the redeem for socks because I had a cold like 2 weeks ago. And my nose is still constantly running from it. And when I got socks yesterday and had them on my lap, I basically had to end the stream kind of immediately after that because it just doubled up and made my nose into an itchy, runny mess. Unfortunately. Alright, we have 2 drops. That's a keep. I'd really like to draw some kind of 1-drop with Toxic. I don't know what kind of 1-drop that'd be, but like, I feel like that would be a good use of my turn 1 when I'm trying to do Incisor Glider things. Did Chris rehash his Twitter take already? Saw Gabe pull it up for a second. What? I have Twitter takes? Really? I didn't know I had opinions that'd be considered takes. That sounds kind of exciting. Alright, well we get to go turn 2 Kemba, equip Prosthetic Injector, have a 3/5 Toxic 1 on turn 2, so that feels kind of busted. I'm gonna be honest, I was talking about Crawling Chorus when I was making silly nonsense statements about... Oh, wow. That's also juicy. Silly nonsense statements about Toxic 1 creatures. I kind of forgot this was also a Toxic 1 creature functionally with Kemba in my hand. Please don't play Anoint and eat my Kemba. That would be mean. Don't have a reason to do that. Don't. If you want to sack your Pestilent Siphoner to 2-for-1 yourself into my Kemba, I'm willing to accept that. Hey, Doodle Land. Delightful. Yeah, I'm probably better off playing the Raptor here than the Glider. Alright, opponent. You gonna sack your Siphoner? Is there MMR for sealed? There is not. They are just events that I think do pairing slightly weighted towards current record, possibly, which is kind of pseudo-MMR. But yeah, beyond that, I'm not totally sure. It certainly doesn't feel like I'm playing bronze-rated players in most of these matches. But then again, it's an event with an entry fee, so I don't know. Gross. Oh, 3-2, 3-2, 3-2. I mean, I could just fling with the Raptor. Mostly don't want to just fling with the Raptor. I should probably just fling with the Raptor, though, right? I think we're just supposed to fling with the Raptor. Could Black Sun's Twilight for 2. That's almost reasonable. If I was, like, a good player, that's probably the correct play here. Just kill the 3-2 and get in with turning on 2 Corrupted, given that I have a Vivisection Evangelist and Incisor Glider in hand. But I am much too addicted to value to play my 6-drop for 3 mana. Think we move this over? Makes it so that they can't just trigger Justiciar once and attack. Which, to be fair, looks like exactly how things panned out. Once again, I could turn on Corrupted if I was only willing to use Black Sun's Twilight as a removal spell. I refuse. Come on, Abona, you don't want to let me get Corrupted. You have to sack the Siphoner. It's required. I will say, considering I haven't made my 4th land drop, I feel like we have gotten an incredible amount of value out of this Prosthetic Injector. Admittedly, it's a much better card with Kemba in play, but it's also the only source of Toxic we have, and has turned on Corrupted single-handedly. Which, I think even if it was only +0/+2 and not +1/+3, I think every attack that we had made with it would have still been the same situation here. That's kind of annoying. Alright, here's the plan. Attack with everything, don't think about it. Opponent probably puts a 3/3 on Kemba, and then we end up like Black Sun's Twilighting to blow him out in the middle of combat, is the plan. Yeah. This is a very disappointing use of Black Sun's Twilight. At some point we'll find some land drops and things will become less complicated. Maybe I should have moved the Prosthetic Injector over to the Kemba for attacking. If I had put any thought into it, that might have been a good idea. And I guess they just put a 3/3 in front of the Jawbone Duelist, so that's not necessarily better. Yeah, I was hoping that wouldn't happen. It's rude. I mean, I'm still mostly just totally fine here, but regardless, it's pretty rude of them to have done that. Yeah, kind of hate the fact that that thing gets up to 5 power. Guess I'll just have to kill it eventually. Really? That's so weird. I kind of have to kill the Evangelist. Which means I have to... You know what? I guess I'm just sacking the Flesh Cutter. We live in strange times. You can only stay on 3 lands for so long before things get kind of complicated. Hey friend, I see you brought Mind's Place to the PT. What was your thoughts? The deck... well, that's actually horrible. The deck is a lot of fun. I think I'm probably going to lose now. Yeah, I think I just lose and I can't stop it. Missing a point of damage here, which might be a big deal. The deck was a lot of fun. I was not in practice for playing it in paper and made like a huge number of procedural misplays that I think cost me a lot of matches. But deck's good and has a lot of room for getting tuned up and is a blast to play. So they were supposed to put the Gold Warden's Helm on the Basilica Shepherd, which turns on the Hover Wings on it, so they do 4 damage and put me to 3. Which gets them really close to lethal with the mites in the future. Oh, deck. Why must we be this way? I have to Annihilating Glare to kill the Basilica Shepherd, which means sacking the Prosthetic Injector, which means not having lethal next turn. I have a top deck that does 1 toxic. Anything that proliferates? No. If I top deck a land, I can still win this. Fair enough. I wouldn't have beat the Head Cleaver anyway, even if I top decked a land. Jeez, I can't believe I lost that. I was memeing around and got bullied by not having the 5th land in the top half of my deck. Shoulda done less memeing. I guess. Do you think with tuning you can go the distance? Because I'm really high on Mind Splice and Explorer/Pioneer, because with Opus you can turn 3 Mind Splice and kind of go from there. I don't like the idea of playing Opus in Mind Splice, because I think Mind Splice is good at getting 3 mana spells down to 1 mana, and is really bad at getting 8 mana spells down to a low enough amount of mana that it makes a feasible difference on how many of them you can cast in 1 turn. Like, proportionally, getting a 3 mana spell down to 1 mana is a huge increase in efficiency. Getting an 8 mana spell down to 5 mana, or realistically 6 mana, like, isn't functionally very different at all. Turn 1, Crawling Core is pretty good. Only 16 lands in this deck seems really bad. I think this is a format where you're really incentivized to play 16 lands, but I do agree this deck might be one of the few that actually wants 17 more than 16 because it actually has uses for mana in the late game. But a lot of decks in this format just cap out happily at 5 mana and never want to draw more than that, and that usually is a good recipe for 16. I'm pretty happy trading off here. What was your deck outside Mind Splice? So other than Mind Splice, the deck I was playing at the PT was... functionally, you can think of it as extremely similar to Phoenix, except playing Mind Splice instead of Phoenix, and also playing 2 copies of Alrund's Epiphany, instead of like random bad 2-drop discard outlets. and then playing Divide by Zero. And wow, that's a really good Ambulatory Edifice draw. And that basically gives you the summary of what the deck was doing. So Divide by Zero and Pieces of the Puzzle are super, super turbo busted with Mind Splice Apparatus. Well, that's a relatively encouraging sign that my opponent didn't do anything and then also didn't interact with me in any way. Thanks for hanging out, boss fight. Hope to see you around. Well, I really want to push this 1 point of Toxic through, and I also really want to kill the Vran. So I think that means that we end up equipping the Flesh Cutter rather than playing the Shepherd. If this results in my opponent trading the Vran to deny the Corrupted, I think that's also just extremely good for me. Sealed in general is a slower format in Draft because you just can't... Draft decks tend to be better about consistently having lower curves than sealed decks, just by virtue of optimizing who gets what 2-drops. This is a very fast sealed format, but it is still mostly slower than the Draft format, which is extremely fast. Was the 1 damage from Glider better than stonewalling the first poison? I assume so. Possibly not, but... I mean, my opponent's life total is pretty low. Kind of the same story as the previous time, where if they want to trade off this Flensing Raptor to deny Incisor Glider Corrupted, I'm happy. And this time around, I actually have the mana that if they do trade off with a 3-1, I shouldn't have played that land. I shouldn't have let them know I have 3 mana to equip the Flesh Cutter post-combat. That would have made them less likely to block, and I wanted them to block. I know they have an Edifice. I should have put that on something that wasn't vulnerable to getting Edificed, I think. But I also want to be able to attack the 3-1 through most stuff. Oh, it doesn't attack through that. Okay. So drawing Prosthetic Injector actually punishes me for not having put the Flesh Cutter on one of these other 2 creatures. Interesting. So if I move this over to Edifice, they have to accept the trade, and then I get to move it over to the 1-1 post-combat. I don't need to play the Prosthetic Injector. Oh, no, I do want to play the Prosthetic Injector because I would actually just like them to be forced to block the Edifice and not get to kill it. That seems like the best attack. So I feel like this is a position where, now that their life total is such a concern, each of the points of damage that I've gotten in with the Incisor Glider is actually like a very real difference. And yeah, they've enabled Corrupted, so I'm almost tempted to move this Injector, but I am remembering that that would kill my Edifice. So yeah, they have Corrupt enabled, they can play the 5-drop that kills one of my things, but if they play the 5-drop that kills one of my things, they lose. How do I feel about Wish with Mind Splice? Like, the actual card Wish, it's got pretty intense sideboard costs, And because I think Divide by Zero is a really powerful card to be playing alongside Mind Splice, I think you just absolutely can't afford the sideboard spaces to do that. But if for whatever reason you didn't want to do Divide by Zero, then I think that Wish is interesting to explore, but nothing about it immediately springs to mind as being like really powerful. No, my curve, it could have been so good. I still think that I'd rather play the Crawling Chorus and then Flensing Raptor it than actually develop the Kemba. It's not like Kemba's a very powerful card on 2 anyway. Alright. Well, this could be interesting. If we ever make it to 6 mana. No! I got catted. Was this card broken or Nation Standard? I don't know. I haven't played Standard yet. Okay. No blocks. I want Corrupted. Gross. I'm probably just supposed to kill that stupid thing with Black Sun's Twilight, and I hate it. Okay, cool. Deal, opponent. I would love so much to draw planes. So I can just play Basilica Shepherd into Black Sun's Twilight, into Black Sun's Twilight. Huh. This is kind of weird. They, like, actively don't want to sack Skullbomb, but if they don't sack Skullbomb, I get to block Chrome Prowler. Ugh. Gross. Planes, no. Rude. Ugh. Oh, that's so awful. This would be such a good turn to be playing Basilica Shepherd. Okay, that turns off the Orthodoxy Enforcer, which don't hate. Didn't think they would be willing to do that. Otherwise I would have played the Blightbelly Rat and just X3'd the Orthodoxy Enforcer. Okay. They had more artifacts, though. That's not the most surprising thing in the world. Deathwind! Counterspell? Ah, okay. I can live with that. Ah, what a strange little game we find ourselves in. Yeah, my life total's low enough, I kind of got a block. I would love to draw a planes, it would make me happy. Thank you, deck. Good job. Play Basilica Shepherd. Kill that card. Sack this card. Do 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 do. Alright, Toxic Lethal within spitting distance. Gross. Phyrexian Vindicator seems like an incredibly busted card. Luckily, I have two different ways to kill it. Which of these seems like a better way to kill that card? I'm gonna go with this one. Okay, good talk. Gosh, this deck is busted when it draws lands. Which, you know, might actually be like a strong incentive to like play 17 lands. But also Fearless Gladiator. I should probably be main decking 17 lands, no Fearless Gladiator, and then boarding to 16 when I'm on the draw. Maybe that's a safer way to play it. Or maybe I actually just want to play 16, and then when I'm on the play, I should cut the Grizzly Bear for the 17th land. Maybe that's retroactive justification of the decisions that I already made. But maybe that's the right thing to do. Magic is about finding retroactive justifications for the decisions you already made, right? That's basically what the game is. If we draw a bunch of lands in a row, and the first land is a plains, his hand's pretty good. If this Fleshless Gladiator was a plains, this hand would be a snap keep. Alright, one mulligan. This is pretty reasonable. Testament Bearer, go bye-bye. Testament Bearer, go bye-bye? No, Ambulatory Edifice. I generally think Ambulatory Edifice is a better card, but like, we need a 4-drop. We already have a 3-drop. Oh, Jawbone Duelist! The world's best Mandible Justicar blocker until the Justicar is a 3/2. And then it isn't anymore. No! Presumably flying? Certainly not Vigilance. Probably not Lifelink. Probably not Death Touch. So that kind of implies flying. That makes sense. Ooh! Well, we don't have any swamps, but like Jawbone Duelist into Double Flensing Raptor sounds like a heck of a time. Alright. I mean, I certainly want to draw some swamps. Never mind. I mean, I actually, still yes. I definitely want to draw a swamp because this Annihilating Glare will be very useful. Come on, deck. Let's do it. Draw a swamp, and we're so happy. That's a turn 4 Phyrexian Vindicator opponent. That's kind of like rude. No blocks. Swamp. Weird. What do we do? 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 I kind of don't want to play this Raptor because if I do draw a swamp, I guess I want to play the Raptor because I want to be able to block. This feels very unequal. That opponent had turn 4 Vindicator mana and was happy about it, and I had turn 4 Vindicator mana and was extremely unhappy about it. Vigilance, huh? Alright. Magic the Gathering. Well, this could be worse. This could be a lot worse. In fact, this could actually be bad. And instead of being bad, it's not. So 3... Is this risky? Yeah, we're not going to play the Raptor out. We're just going to swing with the Duelist. I'm actually, like, kind of horrified that the opponent plays the White Skull Bomb on me. So I really want the Flensing Raptor back to block. So I could play Indoctrination Attendant, pick up a land, play Kemba, which wouldn't be awful. Or I could pick up the Vivisection Evangelist, which would be cool. I'm gonna go with cool. Cool sounds better than good. Oh, I kind of figured that might happen. Well, that sucks. Huh. Well, the Testament Bearer is pretty good here, at least. We might still be able to scrape this by. Might struggle to scrape this by. Unfortunately, that was extremely good for the opponent, and extremely terrible for us. Oh, that's game. Alright. Man. If we had found the swamp a turn earlier, that game would have been easy. I wonder if keeping the Ambulatory Edifice instead of the Testament Bearer would have made any difference in that game. I don't think so. I can't think of any turn where we would have actually played the Ambulatory Edifice. Okay. I accept deck. Alright, would have liked that Jawbone Duelist on 2, but we'll take it on 3. Would have liked to have gotten it before they could quench it, but okay. Okay. You know what? That's pretty good. We accept this. If I lose 2 games in a row because of Phyrexian Vindicator mana against the Phyrexian Vindicator deck, I'm gonna be not upset, but very amused. You know what, I'm actually kind of happy that they didn't bounce the Annex Sentry. Okay. Okay. Alright. I need a black source now, deck. No. Oh, man. Oh, shucks. Blow up the Kemba? Yeah, that makes sense. Oh. It's gonna be really unfortunate when they White Suns Twilight my Archfiend of the Dross at this point. Alright. That's extremely good. Okay, poison victory, please! I kind of feel like they have the White Suns Twilight, and they didn't want to use it on bad targets, which is kind of a mercy. You should probably do it on the token here, because you don't care about the Crawling Chorus. Well, you kind of care about the Crawling Choruses because of Toxic, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is a token, so you don't... Well, you kind of care about me getting the Crawling Chorus back. Brrr. Alright, well, it took until turn 10, but we got a game. Never mind. We don't. Alright, here's the plan. We draw Black Sun's Twilight. We kill our own Archfiend of the Dross, and then reanimate our Archfiend of the Dross. How many counters do you have on you at this point? 3. Cool. Okay, come on. Black Sun's Twilight. Make the game cool. No. So if I attack with anything, I die. Because they just block with the NX Sentry, get back the Raptor, and smoke me for 7 in the air. Can Can I win with Black Sun's Twilight if I hit Annex Sentry and then reanimate it? Probably not. Maybe they go to 8? That's a weird choice. I would have assumed they should have put it on the Orthodoxy Enforcer and then actually attacked. Unfortunately, we will be dying in the upkeep to Archfiend of the Dross. Because this was just not a game where we were capable of playing cards. Bummer. Would have won this game with one more turn, in all likelihood. Which means if I had drawn any removal spell, there was a pretty good chance we win this game. But unfortunately, we drew the only removal spell in our deck that can't hit our own Archfiend. Bonk. Man! 2 losses in a row to having no black mana. Yeah, goes to show. There is no such thing as a deck that is too good to lose. That sure looks like cards I am allowed to play. It looks like my opponent played an island, so that's an exciting start. Sure looks like my opponent not playing any creature on 2. So do we get in for 2 toxic? We do! Delightful. Mm-hmm. Oh, hey! Alright, we actually have a game. It's a 2-2, which is kind of weird and awkward, but alright. I mean, I could sack the Injector to get Corrupted online, but currently not looking like it's super unlikely that I'll have no Corrupted by turn 5, so don't feel the need to push that through right now. Was there anything about the Mind Splice deck I would change? Nothing that comes to mind yet. But I also haven't done much thinking about it. Kind of dived immediately into Sealed after getting back. I could move this over to Hive Master and swing, but I want to be able to play the Testament Bearer. And also, if they have Chrome Prowler, I guess this that would have been bad. So, Testament Bearer it is. Slightly inconvenient. So then is the plan just to swing with Hive Master and Testament Bearer? Probably. I could play Fleshless Gladiator, sack the Fleshless Gladiator to Annihilating Glare, blow up the Basilica Shepherd, and move the Injector if I wanted to over to Hive Master, and then swing with both of these, and their blocks aren't great. I guess I could have also just not played the Gladiator and just cast Glare for 5, which probably is better. No, because then I wouldn't be able to move the Injector. Not strictly better. Really? Huh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna guess taking 4 damage isn't the end of the world for them. Blade of Shared Souls seems particularly good with mites. Getting to upgrade mites into real creatures is a lot more than most of these equipments do. Wait, why are my mites? Oh! I had no idea that mites from black sources had different art from mites from white sources. Neat. So like in this position, you'd equip the Blade of Shared Souls to a 1/1 to turn him into a 2/2. Then you get to attack with 2 2/2s and push through 2 damage. Yeah, it's like a synergy. Remember how I said that, like, I didn't think that it was going to be hard to turn on Corrupted from the board state that we were at? Still stand by that, but even if it was unlikely, it turns out that that has become the case. This is curious. The Blade of Shared Souls is doing some, like, legitimately neat things here. Am I okay with not turning on Corrupted if they sack both their raptors? I think the answer to that is yes. And they choose not to. Cool. So out of the loop, what's happening in the world of MTG? The usual. new sets, and also new sets, and also previews for the sets after those 2 new sets. Let's go with Vivisection, get rid of the Flensing Raptor, Swamp, scooch on over to the Testament Bearer, Combat. My opponent wants to trade off their Flensing Raptor, which is actually just a Might. That's fine. If they want to trade off their entire board for a Testament Bearer that's going to draw more cards, that's super fine. New mechanics since AFR. Approximately like a billion. Every set new mechanics. Currently, we have poison counters are back in standard. And we got stuff that does things when you have 3 poison counters on your opponent, or more. And some infect kind of pseudo decks in standard, I guess. But I don't assume you would be interested in that, really. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got here? Could do Black Sun's Twilight shenanigans. Do I want to? Probably not. Do I want to do Necrosquito things? Meh. I do think every common needs infinity text, though. Like, legitimately. I think that makes Magic better. I don't understand why people are on, like, any kind of desire to have commons be simple. Commons are only played in limited, and simple commons don't make interesting limited. So why would I want simple commons? Oh, I just figured by your name you probably weren't very interested is all. I really want to play the Necrosquito, but I really think I'm supposed to move over this and get in my punches this way. We get to spend our mana on the Fearless Gladiator, so, you know, could be worse. No, the Prophetic Prism synergy. Too strong. Can't win anymore. Sad. Opponent, like, got to draw an entire free card. So let's see, they have 1 blocker. It's possible for text to be simple but not gameplay. To an extent, that is true. Gameplay can be emergent. I do not think vanilla creatures lead to very much in the way of emergent gameplay. Alright. Opponent, if you get a 2-for-1, I also get a 2-for-1. Which means I get to go removal spell. And my removal spell gets back a creature, and my creature casts a removal spell. I don't know if that's actually a 2-for-1, but it feels kind of like a 2-for-1. What do you call it when you have a 2-for-1 that gets more than 2 cards worth of value? No, I guess that is still a 2-for-1. I get 1 card and they lose 2 cards. So, like, that's a 2-for-1, right? 1 and 2? So I'm going to be on the draw, which means 16. Good. Well, a 3-for-1 would imply, like, I spent 1 card and they lost 3 cards. But they lost 2 cards, and I got 1 card and spent 1 card. A 1 for 2 for 1? 2 for 0. Okay, yeah. Because Ravenous Chupacabra is not really a 2 for 1. Ravenous Chupacabra is like a 1 for 0. Spent 1 to take 2, but gained an additional 1. I think we need to hire an accountant to figure out the proper forms and applications for this sort of value. Surely there's some sort of capital gains tax that applies here, right? Or is this where we start doing offshore accounting shenanigans? Oh, let's go. Flesh Cutter into Kemba. It's a bummer that you can't play these the other way around. Return to the draws. Tempting. I think I'm actually just gonna be like maximum greedy and just go Infested Flesh Cutter into Kemba. I just hope my opponent can't do anything that involves doing anything. Don't interact. Don't interact. Don't bounce any... No, I mean, that's sort of not interacting, but also it's kind of interacting. Amusingly, they don't get to get the Jawbone Duelist through, I guess. Alright. So in 4 turns, our Kemba will get to do a thing. At least we always have that. I should probably use my mana efficiently. Which I guess playing Fleshless Gladiator and killing the Jawbone Duelist is efficient, but... Gross. Alright, opponent, I get it. You get to put 2 Toxic on me. Good for you. Now we do want to draw some lands. Perfect. Alright, opponent. Now, I'm sure there's no way you would tap down Kemba here. Okay. Deal? What does this mean? +2/+2 on Skitterfang? That doesn't actually seem good, though. Weird. But okay. Well, I'll play Incisor Glider. Probably should have Annihilating Glared first, actually. In case this is the counter unless you pay 2. Small mistakes. Okay, never punish. Good enough for me. I'm not sure why the opponent didn't use their incredibly powerful onboard spell, and instead elected to not do that. The world may never know. I'm not really willing to play out the Archfiend of the Dross while my opponent has a bunch of counters on Immobilizer. Feels like playing with fire a little bit. Okay, so Death Touch to push through 2 damage? Nope, just wants to gain 2 life. Deal. +2/+2? No? Okay. Why not? Fine by me. Well, I imagine you're trading off with a Hive Master either way here, but I'm assuming that my Kemba's gonna get tapped down, so might as well develop the Flensing Raptor. Not a lot of sense in attacking with the Incisor Glider here. One gets to make a copy of Skitterfang with no counters on it. It's not a very good copy, but, I mean, has less colors, I guess, which is cool. Had you shared your experience with Mind Splice deck in the Pro Tour, been playing Mind Splice decks everywhere? Yeah, my experience with it at the Pro Tour was kind of like not really tied into the deck itself particularly much, and was largely we're hitting a 6-hour mark where I'm like forgetting what words are. I lost most of my games to just like really bad paper misplays that I wouldn't have made online and I wouldn't have made in the past, but I've been playing so little paper nowadays that wow, I can feel my brain hitting a brick wall. The fact that I haven't had GPs to go to regularly practice, and I haven't played local PTQs in like 3 years. I kind of felt the same thing at the RC a couple months back. But which one with you? Or are we on blocking duty? I think we're on blocking duty. But I attributed that to like Ledger Shredder just being a hard card, but now that I got it again, I've realized that I'm just like really slow and spending way too much mental energy keeping track of paper things. So I think in the future I'm going to try to figure out a way to get more paper practice. I don't know how to like logistically make that happen in my life time-wise, but come to realize that I believe it to be important. I went 1-4 with the deck, but like 3 of those matches were just spots where I had very real chances to win if I hadn't just like punted horribly. Multiple times where I was spending way too much time trying to handle double-faced cards and not thinking about stuff and falling into onboard errors, or casting Divide by Zero and just failing to learn. Missing Thing in the Ice triggers that lost me games, that kind of stuff. Which, previously, I used to think that I was a player who was significantly better in paper as opposed to online, because I thought of myself as being much, much more reliable about hitting that kind of stuff consistently compared to most other players. And now, like, the total opposite is true. What are we doing here? With 1... I was considering playing Archfiend of the Dross before they used up the last Immobilizer tick, but I think now that I drew into the ability to activate Kemba, it's just safer to do that, because I'm winning this game in the long run and don't really need to muck around with anything. Please trade with the 4-2 so I can make a kitty cat that wears it. No? Okay. I mean, I still can make a kitty cat that wears it at instant speed, if needs be. Oh, wow. They didn't even use the immobilizer, huh? So it'll be a 3 toughness kitty cat. That doesn't mean very much to me. Oh, and I don't have any VODs of playing the deck, because I haven't played it on stream since getting back, and I didn't play it on stream prior to that, because it was one of the decks that I was testing with a team with, so wasn't doing much broadcasting of anything in the interest of keeping stuff secret. Okay. Well. Yeah, okay. Admittedly, life seems tough. Alright. It is officially midnight. That seems like a good excuse to start uploading this to YouTube and actually making a thumbnail for yesterday's video, and then trying to get them both up. And then tomorrow we will play the Open qualifier thingy. And then Saturday we will do the qualifier weekend thingy, which I'll probably do on a delay or something. We'll figure that out. Anyhow, thanks for hanging out, folks. Hope y'all had fun. And let's go watch somebody play Sealed. Is nobody playing Sealed? That would make it kind of hard to raid somebody playing Sealed if so. Okay, well, I guess we will do draft then. How is nobody streaming qualifier prep? Is it because it's midnight and I'm a crazy person for still being awake? Probably. We're gonna head over to PJ Trick, folks, because draft is sort of like Sealed. Thanks for hanging out. See y'all tomorrow. Okay, cool. Yesterday was just a glitch for whatever reason that the raid button didn't show up, because now it is showing up. So thank you, Twitch, for not deleting features that were useful. Alright. Night, folks.